YouTube. Yeah. So I don't know which one he's talking about. 37, all configured and starting now. We'll get on to 39 and 63 units.
What's that?
These two are both on, so ours are on now.
So
it's the YouTube one. So it's not the one from yesterday. So it's back to the YouTube ones.
YouTube.
Yeah.
You got to search for it or something?
Oh, I don't know. I've just always done Google, you know.
Google
Same
what?
as cricket or something. Cricket. Google.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube.
Over 60s.
Well, I did that
Cricket.
before.
60 with an S. Cricket.com.
World Cup.
No.
That's in YouTube.
Upcoming.
Yep.
Try that.
Live in 21 minutes. So it must be 9 minutes past. About 9 minutes past.
What game's that though?
Oh, that's Wales.
So we should be on.
We should be
All
on,
5 kits online.
But I didn't. I couldn't find the Zoom. Because I'm up the top and I couldn't see which one it was to get it in. I got it. Anyway, it probably is a bit distant.
Well, when you just look at that and see which way you are going.
Yeah, but
You haven't got your glasses on?
Yeah, I had my glasses, but I got.
To the right is in.
All right. Okay. Oh, I'll go and do it. I'll have it back.
So we should be gone. We should be on. It says.
They're getting
All
something.
kits online and receiving vision. Awaiting live scoring to commence at the start of play. Great. So they're hearing us now.
No bacon. No bacon.
They'll be hearing us now. So
No good
behave.
for you.
So I've got all these reports. These are old ones too.
Hey, Braid, just come and stand here, will you? I just want to get a...
You want me to work it?
Yeah, you can. Bit of twerking.
I can't twerk. If I tried to twerk, I'd throw a hit.
That's excellent. Thanks, Braid. some poultry, eh?
I'll be very, very quiet. I was charged with obscene language the last time I spoke to that camera.
Sorry, Doc.
Just going with the field now. Richie's playing.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really good. It's not just for me to go down in my gym clothes to get my hair done.
Okay.
When I come back, I'm going to have a shower and get dressed. So I'll be more in there.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I'll just...
No, I'll be here when I come back. It'll be about an hour and a half.
Sorry.
Okay. Oh, that's really good. I'm so pleased.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Yeah.
You going to be here all day, Pete?
I was watching you the other day, the first
We
day.
do the number one.
Forward. What's that? Well, I opened the bowling deck. No, that's right. That's it. Yeah.
That's that guy that
Number
said
six.
you, me, that's the guy that plays.
Hey, Trevor, can you do that? Can you? Do you mind just well, I want to use you. I want you to. Can you just come and stand here? So I'm going to stick my face in front of the camera shortly. That's perfect. That's very good. Thank you. You don't. Yeah, that's it.
On him.
No?
Very handsome man. Thank you very much. That's right. Or not. Very, very good. One of the two.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Maroochydore Cricket Grounds at Buderim, Queensland. I'd like to extend a special welcome to my friends Bruce and Lynn Davey in Dundas, Canada, and I hope they enjoy the game. Catch you later. That's a cricketing term. Catch you later. You get that?
Yeah. Nice.
I sent an email to that fella this morning. Pat Henry from Tasmania is the bowler.
the shot. He didn't leave it open. Oh man, I'm just watching this stuff for Gaz until he gets back. Yes.
well, that's the fact.
Yeah.
But I still think, I still think it's important to learn.
Oh, it is always important to learn.
It's important to learn.
A number of things. Obviously, the easy one to pick up is the bulk 21. 2 and 5s, but that meant there was 12 more balls involved.
Yep. 30 boundaries.
You know you're on this, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I think we're bagging.
Yeah, that's right.
We were on.
You get a bigger audience if you do.
Yeah. Now it puts the microphone on.
It's pretty good.
Pretty sensitive. I'll hear that.
Yeah. My voice is not very distinctive, so they couldn't hear that.
Well, it's true. I think that's something I mentioned before. But for them, it's a little lot of that is that for them to win. I would say they played from a but it's still in the other two.
Oh, we had a number of chances to win. They just didn't know, they'd catch them on if they'd come.
Well, we had 3 times.
And that was done.
Yeah, it's like it's about really wicked.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's what we've shown. We can start to run and then we will run. That's a good ball. Yeah, he's up there on the shed with.
Oh, he's looking for something, he's like that.
No, he's up there with.
With Eric.
So he'll have some stuff up there.
Yeah, we'll make sure you
Yeah. Sorry, Road. No worries, man.
Can't get a breakthrough, right?
No.
Just not holding tight.
No.
Please not bad.
No, not too bad.
Cover driving, I'm driving.
Oh yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with it, better. No, it's long, tight, no stuff. That's carry.
Yep, that's the difference.
There's some commentary.
Do I want to do something?
If you just sit there and talk, and then pick up clean spell,
Yeah.
and just do some commentary on the game.
Right.
Come on, we've had other teams do it. We've had Lucky do it.
Oh yeah. Had Mickey yesterday.
Yeah, oh, Nicky does.
Yeah.
She used to be the jobfish.
Yeah. Well, she came from
She went off the ruckus for me.
Yeah, she's a different line. She goes out with a motor one. And so she came down yesterday to catch up with us. Come and watch.
Lots of good reviews from commentaries.
Yeah, I'll a bit of a chat. Who are the two best?
I'll just look it up for you. They're top 5.
Yeah.
Well, they're 4 like top 5's got to get 150.
That's what Pakistan did yesterday.
I know their first age. The Lewis is 20.
18 years. One's 18, one's 40.
And one's 20, one's 10. Reverse.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right.
One of them's number 18.
I'll find out which one's which.
One's number 18, and the other one's 40 something.
I'll go and grab it. Don't want to watch it.
They were even flat back, but they weren't super locked on one week. You know, I just opened up the wrong one. Yeah, talk about something else, keeping, she's kept it.
Yeah, that's right.
I know he hasn't. So there's all change called 38. Send Archie put Greg off to put the tabs on the before the next break.
Mohammed Rabiz is on strike.
Rabiz, so he's 46.
It's Garvin Badu. Garvin Badu.
Rabiz and Badu. Right, okay. Well,
So Badu's 18 and they're 18.
so you said Rabiz is on strike at the moment.
Leave it with me.
We'll have a bit of a chat.
I'll put it on up here so I can see you.
Right, let me know what it's like.
Okay.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're cricket Australia versus Canada. We've got Paddy Henry, left arm over the wicket, bowls. He's pushes this one through mid-wicket. But good chase by Doc Richardson there, and a nice return back there. So Australia in the field. Henry moves into bowl. Left arm over the wicket. Short down the leg side. Rameez gets runs here. Looks like it's going to run through for 4. No, it's leg byes. Canada go to none for 35 off 10. Number 36 off 10. The 11th over, Paddy Henry. Moves into bowl, left arm over the wicket. Bowls. Big appeal by Australia to give a nod out. Australian boys want to put in a big effort today. I mean, they were very unlucky to lose in a game yesterday, in the semis yesterday. Henry again from the southern end. Moves in, bowls. Short pitch ball, turned around to backward square by Rameez for 1. End of the over. 11 overs gone. Canada none for 37. Going to continue with Richard Johnson from the northern end, his left arm orthodox.
Badu. I know this is Rameez back on.
Not Rameez, is he? Yeah.
Rameez on side. He's got a signal. Yep.
Australia need a breakthrough here. We've got Johnson from the north. Comes in, bowls, left arm over, around the wicket. Rameez, beautiful shot through point for 4. Canada move on to none for 41 of the 11th over. Australia need a wicket here. Johnson moves in and bowls, left arm over the wicket. Ball's full through mid-wicket. Worthington picks the ball up and returns to the keeper. What a lovely throw. 1 to Canada, none for 42. Johnson again from the northern end. Bowls, ball's pitched up, just pushed back down the wicket to the bowler. Johnson fields his own bowling. No run. Johnson in again. Bowls. Ball on a good length and just played back down the wicket. Johnson fields his own bowling. Johnson bowls, ball's pitched up, pushed out to mid-on, fielded by Bruce Mackey. End of the over. For those who don't know, Richard Johnson's ex-Black Hawk helicopter pilot in the military and moved across to Qantas, flew for them for 8 or 9 years and then decided to retrain as a dentist and now works up at BUR as a dentist. Just a little bit of information on Jono. Looks like we're going to have a bowling change here, but Bruce Worthington plays for Wide Bay in the local Queensland over 50s and over 60s competition. And left arm, right arm off spinner. Australia still only one fielder outside the circle at backward square. Worthington from the south end moves in, bowls his first ball. Ball's pitched up, pushed out to Judd at mid-wickets, fielded. No run. Canada none for 42 off 12. Canadian openers here doing quite a good job. Remise on strike. Like we put another one out inside the circle now. Peter Judd's gone to mid-wicket. Worthington in. Bowls. Ball's pitched up. It's pushed back down the wicket. Fielded by the bowler. Worthington in again. Bowls. Ball down the leg side. And it is called a wide. Worthington going from the southern end. Bowls. Ball's pitched up. Driven. Fielded by the bowler. No run. Worthington moves in. Bowls. Ball's pitched up. Again just pushed back down the wicket and the bowler fields his own bowling. In. Bowls. This is short. Ball behind square. Remise goes through for a single. Canada none for 44 off 12, or in the 13th over. Badu now on strike. He hasn't had much strike in the last 3 overs. Worthington in. Bowls. Ball outside off stump. Attempted cut shot. Ball's through to the keeper. End of the 13th over. Canada are none for 44. Yes. Sound right?
Really good. I really enjoyed that stuff.
Oh,
I'll take food and stuff.
yeah. I did actually need my phone to see how many I have.
Where is it?
In my bag, it's in the shed.
In your cricket kit.
Don't like black clothes bag.
Is that with the kit?
Might not, I left my kit in the car. I'll run it. So Johnson continues from the northern end. That ball was a full toss. Remise has picked it up and pushed it straight through mid-wicket for 4. Count will go to none for 48 in the 13th. In the 14th. So Remise on strike. Batting well at the moment. Johnson moves in. Left arm around the wicket. Played back down the wicket. Johnson feels his own bowling. Johnson in again. Bowls, ball's pitched up, Remise pushing out to mid-on. Go through for the single. Badu on strike. Canada move to none for 49 off the in the 14th. Johnson again. Bowls, ball's pitched up, full. Badu's hit the ball out through just in front of square. Fielded by Worthington. A nice return back over the keeper, Crusoe. That's the 50 up for Canada. Canadians are going along really well. Johnson in, bowls. Ball's pitched up, pushed out through square. Worthington fields, back over the stumps. Australia need a wicket here. Johnson moves and bowls. Played back down the wicket by Badu, and it's the end of the over. The end of the 14th over, and Canada none for 51. Mees on strike. Batting well this morning, 35 off 49 balls. And he's hit 5 fours this morning. I do good support at the other end, he's on 11. Worthington in. Bowls. Good length ball and it's pushed out past Peter Judd at mid-wicket. Eventually fielded by Australia. Worthington in, bowls, ball's pitched up, full. Hit through cover nicely by Badu. Ball goes out to deep cover, it's fielded by Mark Brady and return to the bowl. Worthington bowls. Good length ball, it's just played out to cover point. It's fielded by Bruce Mack. Worthington bowls. Ball's pitched up. Goes down through the bacon slip area. Chased and to Badu. Canada now move on to none for 56 in the 15th over. One strike. Worthington bowls. Ball's on leg stump. It's turned around the corner to backward square. Shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. We'll take a break from the commentary quickly.
Oh, I don't think they need to tell, but just to drink whoever the bowlers are. So who's bowling at the moment? Goldies. Yeah, I usually put the bottle closest to the front. So there's Goldies there, and then who else is bowling? It's what's his name, Brucey Blue. He's got the weird bottle, right? Safe to carry the whole thing.
Oh, right, okay.
Just taking 2 bowlers out. And just have a drink, and I'll be right for that.
It's amazing what it just...
You got it, Doc, you got it. Easy, just the one.
Oh, that's me batting partner.
Yes, mate. So we're on the commentary here, mate, today. So there it is. So we're back here with Mike Goldsmith bowling at the moment, and he's been given. Goldie's got himself a wicket. It looks like Ramiz is out. LBW. Goldsmith in the 16th over. Canada 1 for 56. 1 for 58. Ramiz has batted well this morning, out there for 51 balls for his 36 runs, 5 fours. He's got Canada off to a good start. So Australia to get their first wicket. In today's game, this is the playoff in the minor grand finals for 3rd and 4th. Australia unlucky not to win against Pakistan yesterday, although Pakistan came out chasing 216 and with a plan, and they stuck to that plan the whole way through and won the game with 2 balls to go. Waiting to see who the new batsman is here. See him, it's Bakash. Goldsmith for Bakash. Bowls. Ball's full on leg, and it's pushed out to mid-on, where it's fielded by Bruce Mackey. Goldsmith again moves in from the northern end, bowls. The ball's pitched up, hit cleanly down to mid-off. It's fielded by Johnson. Smith in and bowls. This time the ball is turned around the corner to square leg and fielded by Worthington. End of the over. And the batsman actually looks like it's Kermani. Canada now 1 for 58 off 16. Be Worthington to continue from the southern end. Be Worthington to Badoo. Moves in and bowls. Ball short of a length, it's turned around the corner to backward square where it's fielded by Henry. Underarm back to the stumps and no run. Worthington again, bowls, like the ball's pitched up. Turned around the corner again, pitched on leg stump. It's gone out to Greg Hoisted at mid-wicket where it's fielded for no run. Badoo on strike to Worthington. Moves in, bowls. Fuller ball this one, again on leg. Pushed out through along the ground to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Hoisted. Worthington in. Bowls. Full ball. Square drive, just a backward point. It's fielded by Goldsmith and returned to the keeper, no run. Canada 1 for 58. Morning Magpie. Worthington bowls full this time. It's through mid-wicket. Out to Peter Judd at deep mid-wicket. He'll pick the ball up. Relay throw it back to the bowler's ends. The Canadians through for a single. 1 for 59. Worthington Committee. Bowls. The ball's pitched up. Pushed back down the wicket. Worthington fields his own bowling. End of the over. Canada 1 for 59 off 16. Got Badoo on 18, the new batsman Kamani yet to score. Have Badoo on strike to Goldsmith from the northern end. Canada 1 for 59. Goldsmith moves in. Bowls, full ball. Pushed out through, past mid-on. A lovely shot by Badoo. Looks like pretty difficult to see from here, but it looks like it may run to the boundary. No, it hasn't. It's picked up by Mackie. Returned to the bowler, and the Canadians are through for 2. Badoo moves to 20. Goldsmith in again. This time it's wide outside off stump, and it's called a wide by the umpire. Canadians now move on to 1 for 62. Goldsmith in again. This time Badu turns around the corner behind square. Put away for one. Worthington chasing. Worthington has a good arm. We'll get this back to the keeper. Keep the Canadians to a single. Badu moves on to 21. Canada moves to 1 for 63. New batsman Kamani on strike. Goldsmith from the northern end. Moves in now. Bowls. Ball on a good length. It's pushed back to mid-off. Richardson fields. Underarm back to the bowler. Canada move to 1 to 6 for 64. Badu on strike. Goldsmith in from the northern end. Bowls. This short, slower ball. It's picked up a full toss and it's out for 4 to backward square leg. Australia need to get this bowling right this morning. They can get on a line and length. I mean, it's pretty easy to set a field to that. Everyone's pretty tired as well. They've played 5 or 6 games in the last 10 days. Goldsmith in. This time it's cut behind point. By Badu, it looks like it'll be out for a single. Doc Richardson from Tasmania picks the ball up, back into the keeper. Canadians are 3 for 1. And the score moves to 1 for 69 off 7-8. Australia need a wicket. They're going to keep this game under control. Here's Goldsmith in from the northern end. Bowls. Ball's on a length. This time it's... Ball was hit by Kamani. Flicked around the corner in the air. Mark Brady's put down a tough one at fine leg. Right, short fine leg. The Canadians get away with one there. They've now moved to 1 for 70 at the end of the 18th over. Break. Good morning, Mrs. Allen.
Good to Billy! Good, Ray.
Right, so we're back again. Sorry for the interruption in the commentary. I just had to take a phone call, and Canada at the moment 2 for 80, and we've got Goldsmith from the northern end into the new batsman. Bowls, it's pitched up, down leg side, on the full, gone past Mark Brady. It looks like it'll go through to the boundary for 4. So I've got with me this morning Sterling Harmon. Sterling is a gentleman from Sydney who has had so much to do with over 50s, over 60s, over 70s cricket. So good morning, Sterling, and glad to see you come up for the over 60s World Cup, and we really appreciate having you here on the Sunshine Coast.
Thank you, Alan. Couldn't think of a better place to be at this time.
It is. I mean, we've got some lovely weather today. I mean, it was a bit inclement last week with a couple of days and a couple of games got washed out, and we got pushed around a bit. We managed to get one of them played a game, which was the round 1 games, and the round 4 games were washed out. So, mate, what are you thinking of the cricket yesterday against Bangladesh from Australia's point of view?
You mean Pakistan?
Against Pakistan from Australia's point of view. I mean, we were in with a chance, and we ended up getting beaten.
Well, that's a great game of cricket. It's indeed a great game why you play sport. No one can predict it. And in finals cricket, it depends upon who turns up on the day and who wants it most. I thought overall the result was actually a great result, a wonderful result for World Masters cricket, because it'll give a massive impetus of the over 60s cricket movement in Pakistan. And hello, another wicket's just fallen, and so timing's good, Al. But yeah, I thought it was a great game of cricket, and not only on the field but off the field. Last night the Australian team was still figuring out what went wrong, and even this morning they're still trying to figure out what went wrong. But on the scoreboard, the Pakistanis are in the grand final tomorrow to win the inaugural over 60s World Cup, and Australia are playing for a runoff place.
Yes, that's right. It's sad that that's the case, but as you say, that's cricket. I mean, that's why we love the game and we keep playing it. And Pakistan will be playing New Zealand tomorrow in the grand final at here on the Sunshine Coast at Maroochydore. And this week the ground staff and the volunteers and organisers have just provided absolutely the best facilities that we could have for this. As I say, it was a bit wet. They've done a great job to get the games on the ground, and we're very much appreciative of the guys at the Sunny Coast, and particularly organisers like Rod Rice, Ross Masden, and all of their teams to get this tournament underway. Now, Sterling, I mean, you've had a lot to do with cricket over the years, and kicked off in the over 60s, I think it was, that you started with your international career with the Australian side and obviously state sides in New South Wales. Can you tell us a bit about what you've had to do with cricket?
Oh yeah, well thanks Al. Yeah, I've played all my life. I'm 74 now. I've played for the last 64 years. Started when I was 10. I remember one morning the primary school teacher said to us that anybody wants to go to cricket, we're going to have a game of cricket out in the playground, which consisted of a rocky dirt track. And I went out at lunchtime, and after 10 minutes I fell in love with the game and have been in love with it ever since. Look, it's the old story, you know. The game's giving me a lot more than I've ever given to the game. So, and the game is a vehicle just to enjoy life, and more importantly, just as importantly rather, is to the relationships you forge. But yeah, like my journey in this Masters League started in 1992. When I had the idea of creating the over 40s Masters cricket in Sydney. So I wrote the rules, and I got some teams together, and we played the first Sydney Masters over 40s comp in 1992, and then in 2005 we all got a bit older, so that turned into the over 50s Classics Sydney comp, and then in 2016 that turned into the over 60s vintage. But on the way through, the first ever over 60s game was played at Concord Oval, at Rothwell Oval at Concord in Sydney in February of 2005, when John Hamer Victorian, put an ad in the Sydney Morning Herald, and was asking if anybody in New South Wales was prepared to play a visiting over 60s Victorian team. And the guys who were playing in the Masters and in the Classics at that time put their hands up, and there was a game at Rothwell and New South Wales won it, but that was the first baby step of the creation of the over 60s national comp. And then the following year, John Hamer invited the New South Welshmen to come to Melbourne, and they had a 4-team national tournament in Melbourne in 2007 thereabouts. And then in 2008, when I turned 60, I went to the second National Carnival in Melbourne, and I remember playing on AstroTurf in the middle of Albert Park there, the visiting English team was part of the group, and then I became New South Wales president of the over 60s, and then in 2010 at the national tournaments in Adelaide in 2010. We decided, that is the state presidents, Kerry Emery from Queensland, Chris Tobin from South Australia, Rob Wilson from Victoria, myself from New South Wales, decided to, and Ron Axelby from the ACT, decided to form the Veterans Cricket Board, which then in those days was called Seniors Cricket Australia. So in 2010 in Adelaide we had the inaugural meeting of setting up our constitution and setting up what is now known as Veterans Cricket Board of Australia. And then at that meeting we decided that each state president was going to be the chairman of a subcommittee. So Ron Axelby was chairman of marketing, and his job was to come up with a logo. Chris Tobin and Kerry Emery were in charge of relations with Cricket Australia. Mike Gandy, who was on the board also, was an inaugural member from Tasmania. He was in charge of rules, and I put my hand up for overseas tours and national selection, chairman of selectors. And so the first Australian team to go overseas was captained by Rob Wilson, and he took the team to England in 2011, and that was a groundbreaking tour, first tour ever of an Australian over 60s tour in England. And in England the over 60s movement had been quite established for some 6 or 7 years. The over 50s had been established for 15 years before that. So then after that I was fortunate enough to be captain of the Australian over 60s team that went to England in 2012, New Zealand in 2013, South Africa in 2014, back to England in 2015, although I 2014 rather than to England. 2015 went back to New Zealand, and in 2016 to South Africa. So after that I left the over 60s movement, and in April of 2016 I got the idea of setting up the over 50s movement, and so we held the first national championships in Sydney in November of 2016 of the 2000 of the over 50s movement. And Alan, you were inaugural player in that tournament.
Yeah, I was, Sterling, and that was certainly that was my introduction to veterans cricket, and it was purely by chance that I even got to hear that it was on, and so I'm certainly very appreciative of the fact that you got that going. So you kicked that off in Sydney.
Yeah, and then I said to the players, let's go to England. So we chose a team, and Paul Stenhouse from Queensland was the captain.
And we've got Paul
and
here.
We've got Paul here today, and we might have an interview him. Yeah, he just
down here
turned
to have
up.
a bit of a chat.
You can't keep good players down, right? And so he's still hobbling on 2 legs.
Yeah, that's true.
And the first ever over 50s tour went to England in July of 2017, and we played. I think we played 22 games in 26 days.
Yeah, it was a pretty long tour and a pretty tough one. That one.
But you wouldn't
swap
it for quids. Yeah,
Oh, that's true. And we didn't actually win a test on that game.
No, we
tour,
played 4 test matches. The first test match was against Wales, which we'll return to in a minute, and then we played 3 test matches against England. But in the meantime, we played 18 county games against pretty well all the counties. Gloucestershire, Worcestershire, and we toured the country, and then we played the first test in Wales, and it came down to the last ball, and Paul as captain bowled the last ball of the Test match, and Stuart Rees, the number 11, smacked the ball through cover, and they won by 1 run and on the last ball. And have you ever seen a joyous celebration of cricket? It was Welsh that day because they had a 36-man choir. They had the TV cameras there. They had 100 school children there. The crowd must have been about 400 people, and Wales won on the last ball. So, and then we went to England and we lost the 3 Test matches there. They were just too good for us. But that started really the international movement, and it was actually in 2017 in that Welsh game that I was sitting at the head table with the head of Welsh cricket and that. And I said to the Welsh captain, Johnny Jones, I said, mate, if I run a World Over 50s Cricket Cup in Sydney next year, would you come? And he turned to his wife and said, do you want to go to Sydney next year for holiday? She said, yes. He turned to me and said, yeah, we'll be there. And so once we got the Welsh team, then when the English came, because I said to the English, we're having a World Cup, and the Wales are coming. If you don't turn up, Wales will win the World Cup. They said, well, that can't happen, so they turned up. And then in the end, we had 8 teams, and then from there we went to Cape Town in 2020. We had 12 teams, and now we're going back to Cape Town next March. We've got 14 countries coming.
Yeah, well, what a great start to over 50s cricket and World Cup cricket in veterans cricket. And now, so this is where we get to this tournament we've got here as the first, is the inaugural over 60s World Cup. We've got 12 sides, including Australia. Sadly, England couldn't get a side to come here because it clashed with, as far as I'm aware, it clashed with some of their national competition that was going on over the last 10 days. But they did assist in putting together a rest of the world side, which has been really good. It's given us a 12-team tournament, and the tournament's come off really well.
It has. This is the first time in the 60s, after we did the 50s to 18, Veterans Cricket Australia said, look, we want to do one in the 60s, and so we gave them all our contacts, all the countries in the over 50s here, except for the UAE and Namibia, and England, of course, because their finals on at this time. But next year, the inaugural over 40s World Cup is going to be held in Karachi in Pakistan, and already all the countries are busily having tournaments to select their teams. So in the over 40 space, we've got in New South Wales, we've got a state carnival at the end of October, then we've got a national over 40s carnival in Sydney in early December, and then a team will be chosen to go to New Zealand in February, and then from there there'll be more another national tournament next year, and from that the Australian over 40s team will be chosen to go to Karachi, and then so that product will take off as well.
Well, one would expect that that'll be a fairly a pretty handy side with a number of 40-year-olds. I would imagine me putting up their hands who, particularly those who've played first-class cricket or at either state level and haven't got to an Australian level, or certainly grade cricket in each of the metropolitan areas in the country. So I imagine there'll be a fair bit of competition for that over 40 side.
That's right, Alan. It's interesting. The 60s took a long time to get going because there was a big gap between when you retired from cricket and coming back to it, and it was the first product. The 50s took a lot quicker, and now the 40s have just taken off. I mean, as you rightly say, even now there are at least half a dozen ex-first class players around Australia who are coming to the National Carnival in December in Sydney. And so that group is closer to people who are still playing in lower grades in Premier cricket around the country, and also people who play Test cricket and Shield cricket. They go on into their mid-30s, and so they're closer to that product as well. So you're spot on there. The standard will be a lot higher, a lot quicker, and it'll have more stars. Established stars, which will push the level of the skill level of the game a lot higher.
Yeah, and look, I think, and Canada's just had one back through backward point there. It was just cut off brilliantly by Doc Richardson on the boundary, and the Canadians have gone through for 3. And Canada at the moment now 3 for 88 off 23. I know we've had a bit of a break in the commentary here, but everybody can still see the vision. So Sterling, yeah, look, that's the thing that I think that we've been missing in 50s and certainly 60s is the guys that did play a high level of cricket when they were in their 20s and 30s. And I think with the 40s, with the advent of the 40s, we'll get a lot more people coming through that continue their cricket, and then and that'll make the 50s and 60s stronger and stronger again. And rightly, as you say, you either fall in love with this game and play it all your life, or you don't bother playing at all. So with some sort of luck, I mean, I think that'll be the progression that we get now, from 40s through to 60s and even 70s, with a high class, and not that the class of cricket at the moment isn't good, but it will certainly strengthen the ranks of veterans cricket.
That's right, Al, and it's an interesting dynamic because when you speak to players who have played at the highest level and they've played for a long time, a lot of things emerge. The first thing is that they've given their bodies one hell of a whack over 20 years at that level, playing in extreme, quite trying conditions, heat, and particularly hard grounds, and coming down on hard wickets as a bowler and running up and down, scoring hundreds as a batter. Generally speaking, a lot of these first-class cricketers have got knee problems, and they've got hip problems and low back problems. Now, however, in the modern day, people are keeping themselves a lot fitter, a lot more supple. Longevity and health is number one, and with all the gyms around and Pilates and the like, these top sportsmen keep themselves in pretty good shape. But then there comes into the psychological thing. Quite a lot of them have played cricket all their lives, and they've had enough. They've reached the top. They've performed as best as they could at the highest level, and they quite often don't want to return to the game. They just want to go and do something else. They want to go and play golf a lot. They want to spend time with their families that have been away. And so when you look at the pool of eligible ex-first class and test players, the pool to engage in this product is small, because most of the players have had enough cricket and they don't really want to come and do this. Now then there is a special group of test cricketer and first class cricketer who sees that his role is wider to contribute, and the great thing about these players coming to play at this level is that everybody hangs on their word. They want to hear the dressing room stories. They want to hear the experiences that they had out in the middle of a test match arena with 50 or 60,000 people, and the world's fastest bowlers coming at them, and the amount of sledging and all the repartee that goes on. So when a first-class player comes and plays this level, his contribution is multiplied by 3 or 4, because it's your brush with fame. It's your that's why we mere mortals pay $80 a ticket to go and watch these players, because they have the package that they can cope in the pressure cooker of the level of the game at the highest level. So look, it's a real treat for all of us for these players to come, but it's totally understandable if they don't.
Yeah, look, and I mean, we've had in Queensland, we've had a little bit of that. And not a first class cricketer, but we did have Alistair Lynch come and play with us in the over 50s comp, and so somebody who's played AFL at the highest of levels, and I mean, there's not too many people that played the game much better than Alistair, and it gave us a big boost in over 50s cricket. And if I do remember rightly, he did come down and play England in the 2 games that were played against England after the 2018 over 50s World Cup. That's correct, isn't it?
That's right, and he's a superb sportsman. I mean, he's an icon in the AFL, a premiership winning player. What, three in a row? Yeah, and they lost the 4th one. That's right, and he's athletic prowess was unbelievable. I mean, as a lot of these top-class sportsmen are, they could play any one of them, 3 or 4 games. Their hand-eye coordination is so good, they're so strong, they're so determined. And I remember being at that game at Bexley Oval, and he took on the Poms, and up until then, the Poms would, play a containment game. They don't have bowlers that blast you out. They just have ring fields, and then they just bowl in the same spot. And Alistair took them on, and I remember he had 4 sixes in 3 overs. He put them out in the street, and they didn't know what hit them.
No, that's right. I mean, even still now in the over 50s, we've got a couple of guys playing on the Sunshine Coast as Mackie comes in and bowls again, and the ball's turned around to backward square. A lovely throw from Worthington back to the bowler's end. The ball's called a wide. Canada go to 3 for 91 in the 26th over. Sterling, up on the sunny coast here in the Queensland comp, we've got a couple of blokes who a lot of the viewers would probably know, and Mark and Andrew Kratzman. Now, Mark Kratzman is a young 50-year-old. They came from Kingaroy. He went to Toowoomba Grammar. He played excellent tennis and cricket there, and he ended up attending 14 Wimbledons as a player, and was on the ATP tour along with his brother Andrew for a long period of time. And that's the type of people we have playing over 50s cricket here in Queensland at the moment. So, and that brings with it its own level of interest.
That's right. That's right, Al. Going back to ex-test players playing in this level, the 2 that obviously stand out are Queensland's Jeff Dimmick, who's here today and was here every day, and is going along really well.
And Jeff's the patron of veterans cricket in Queensland, if I understand.
That's right.
Yep.
And Bobby Holland, who passed away about 4 years ago. And both of their contribution to the development of this product was enormous, because they both played, and they both brought so much to the status of the game. It's interesting. But the gravamen, the essence of the whole thing is the club cricketer. Whether you're talking at state level, national level, or international level. I mean, we've had now this is the 3rd World Cup we've had, 2 in the 50s and 1 in the 60s, and it's just overwhelmingly good club cricketers who love the game, are tragics for it, and never get off the bike. Having said that, though, if I can just be permitted to tell you, this is a story from the last World Cup in Cape Town in the 50s in March of 220, which after 2.5 games we stopped and sent everybody home because of the developing COVID virus, and the final was going to be in Newlands. The South African team had 3 ex-test players, and one of the ex-test players said to me after a couple of games, after 2 games, he said, I'm enjoying this more than playing for my country at the time. And I said, why is that? He said, well, when you play for your country, it's dog eat dog, and you're trying to get into the national team, and it's very cutthroat, and when you get there, it's very nerve-wracking situation. You don't know whether you're going to perform. The first couple of games, you don't know whether you're going to be accepted. You don't know, but after 12 games, 12 test matches, you settle down. But it's still cutthroat, and it's very high energy. He said, this game, he said, I'm still playing for my country. I've met all these new players, which I would never have met, but the point about it is the standard at this age is so high that I have to dig deep and find resources in myself to compete at this level. He said, but I'm just loving it. He said, I'm loving being able to come back and play for your country again at this age of over 50, and linking up with guys I played in the test team all those years ago. And he said, I am just having an absolute ball. And I said, well, that's what it's all about.
Well, it's one of the things that I've seen as well, is that, and something that I've been told, and to think about it from this perspective, if you're picked in your national side, regardless of where it is and what age, you're still the best at that age. Now, I mean, to have got to that stage, you need to manage your body, you need to manage how you've done things over the years, and to have yourself in a position where you can, and that's why you say the likes of the South Africans saying, well, I really have to dig deep to be in this side and still compete. So the thing is that, as you say, I mean, they've done a lot of playing and they've knocked themselves about as Canada get another 4 through mid-off Worthington there, and they now go to 3 for 97. No, 3 for 96 in the 27th over. But and that's the thing. But the other thing, Sterling, that you see at test level, I mean, you're not really interacting with the opposition. You're not making friends with them. You want to knock them off the park, and you know, whilst yes, you might have a beer with them or have a chat, it's not like this. Here, the interaction between all the sides, and I think this is the big thing. And somebody only said it to me last week, is this is their men's shed, and the benefits for mental health for 50s, 60s, 70s playing cricket is enormous.
That's right. I mean, we all know that at this time of life, you're going to have a lump today and gone next week. Not that you wish that on anybody,
no,
but
for sure.
The point about it is you live in the moment, and this is the moment. If you can do it in the moment, go for it. I mean, why should there be some prescription or some protocol to say that, oh, well, you played well before and you can't do it again? You just play to the best of your ability, and that takes you to another area. There seems to be we all have niggles and all the rest of it, but more so at this age. So I've just had a major shoulder operation, an hour and a half on the surgeon's table, and I can't play cricket for 12 months. But hey, I'm happy to do it because no pain, no gain.
No, that's it, and you'll get back to playing again, and doing what you love. Well, listen, Sterling, it's been absolutely excellent to have you in for a chat here this morning. In this, while we're watching this game, Australia versus Canada, and Australia's still got some work to do. I mean, the Canadians are 3 for 97 in the 28th, and they're doing a good job out here. And Australia's not a side to be scoffed at. I mean, they're pretty tough.
Yeah. The game's a really interesting stage, and what I might do with your permission is to go and get Paul Stenhouse, former Australian over 50s captain, and come down and have a few reminiscences with you, and that I'll get him. He just arrived, and I'll get him to come down.
Yeah,
in the meantime, thanks very much, Alan.
No worries, Sterling.
All the best,
Really appreciate you coming and have a chat, and we'll be glad to have a chat with Paul.
Congratulations on your selection and your performances.
Thanks very much, Sterling. Okay, as we get back to the cricket, and we've got Mac coming in from the northern end, and the ball's just turned around the corner and fielded by Worthington at backward square. Canada 3 for 97 in the 28th, and Australia's still got some work to do here today, and they're moving well in the field. They're obviously on a bit of a low after the defeat by Pakistan yesterday, but their medal's good, and they're working on winning this game. Mackie again, the ball's turned around, picked up by Brady at fine leg, return to the keeper, no run. Actually, yes, as I'm told by our trainer and strapper here, Gary Zealand, who Gary comes from the Sunshine Coast, and he's done an excellent job for the Australian over 60s team this week. 17 people in that squad, and he's managed to keep them all on the park, and with not too many injuries. So thanks very much for your contribution to this week as well, Gary.
Yeah, my pleasure.
And as we're sitting here looking at this, we're now into the 29th over. We're going to have Worthington from the southern end, and he comes in to bowl. This ball's pitched up. It's struck through the covers. It's fielded extremely well by Billy Saker out there in the cover. And I'm joined now by Paul Stenhouse, and we've just had Sterling on here, and Paul and Sterling are quite good friends. Paul as Worthington comes in and bowls again, the ball's pitched up and it's played back down the wicket. Worthington fields his own bowling. Paul was instrumental in the first lot of Queensland over 50s cricket. He went on the first state titles to Sydney as Worthington bowls. The ball's pitched up, it's turned around the corner, picked up by Peter Judd, another over 50s Australian representative as well, and it's returned back to the bowler. As Sterling said earlier, that we commenced the over 50s in 2016, Paul, in Sydney, and you were captain of the Australian #1 side. So welcome to the microphone and the coverage this morning, and if we could get your view on the game today and a bit about veterans cricket.
That's good, righto. Well, I don't know whether the listeners know you as Biggles, but certainly that's what I'm going to introduce you as.
Right.
So there's a bit of a story behind that. People can ask Alan that when they get the opportunity. I've played against Bruce a couple of times too. He's a handy off-spin bowler. He's got a good little bit of flight, so I don't know where his headbands come in. That's new.
Yeah, that's a new one, mate. But no, Bruce does bowl well. He lets the ball go from high up and it drops down through the eye line, which is always difficult.
Yeah, he gets a bit of drop on it.
He does, and it's quite good. As he moves in again now, bowls from the southern end. The ball's pitched up and it's pushed out to cover point. It's picked up by Bruce Mackey, and that's the end of the 29th over, I think we are now. And Canada are 3 for 97. So Paul, captain of the first Australian touring side in over 50s to go to the UK.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, well, it was, we had the Nationals in November 2016, and the carrot for myself and a few other guys who've played pretty serious cricket in younger years was we heard that there was likely to be a tour of the UK on offer, so it really was a big incentive to get yourself fit, get the bodies okay, and move into the Nationals.
Now,
with
that, a misfield there. That's one to Canada at the moment, picked up by Richard Johnson at wide mid-off. So, speaking of that and getting the body right, I mean, being a fast bowler,
used to be.
yes, and you played for Toombul, didn't you?
Oh, geez,
Redland.
that's fighting words, that. No, there is no Toombul Bulls in there.
No, right. Who did you play for in Brisbane Grade?
Played with East, and then
East,
which
right.
became East Redlands,
right?
And now is Redlands.
Right. So, and that was back in the days when there weren't too many helmets around for a start, and
zero helmets.
You had a couple of other blokes kicking around, Jeff Thompson and the likes, playing in Brisbane Grade cricket when a lot of the Test players used to play grade cricket.
Yeah, no, it was like I played against AB a couple of times. Carl Rackerman. Well, all the guys that were there that won the first Shield for Queensland played against them regularly. It was really good playing against the Aussie players, and they were keen to play, as were the Shield players. Whenever opportunity came around with them to play grade cricket, they did. So it was a really good time to play hard cricket, and it was hard in those days.
That's good. So I was fortunate enough to obviously be with you in New Zealand in 2018 when we went over there and played a 3-test series against the Kiwis in Nelson. Now, after the UK tour, I mean, we weren't fortunate enough to win a test while we were over there, and the first game that we ever won as an Australian over 50 side was in New Zealand. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, well, I'll even just through there. We probably should have a sweeper, I would have thought, something to protect the boundary out there.
Yeah, no, that's right.
The captain and me coming out all the time.
I think that's where we sort of fell down a little bit yesterday. We didn't protect the covers, and we didn't protect mid-wicket all that well. And mind you, if you're, as you would know as a bowler, if you're bowling to the right line and the right length, I mean, it's easy to set a field to, and as a captain, you know it's pretty hard to set a field when the bowling's not exactly as it should be.
That's right.
But you'd also know as a bowler, you're not trying to bowl bad balls. You're trying to bowl good ones every time you bowl, and as these boys are out here as well.
So just at the end of the over, Biggles, I'll just talk about the first two. We've got a drinks break as well. So what's the score, mate?
So we are at the moment, as the viewers can see, it comes up there after the 30th over. We're 3 for 102.
Yeah, so probably a good chance just to talk about veterans cricket in the over 50s category. The first tour to the UK, we played 19 games in 27 days, and it was full on. No matter how hard we trained prior and prepared our bodies, it was bloody hard work to be playing 3, 4 and 5 days in a row. I think we played 5 days in a row once, 4 days in a row twice, but there was always backup games. We had 20 caps were handed out that first tour, but we always had 18 in the tour squad, but certainly getting towards the end, you're probably picking from about 13 or 14 players with so many injuries and fatigue and sore legs, and a bout of the flu went through the squad thanks to Jeff Doyle. I don't know whether Doyley's watching, but he passed the flu on to quite a few. But it was a pioneering tour. Sterling Hammond, who you spoke to previously, is really Sterling's concept, and he had all the contacts with the UK. And it was amazing to be able to represent your country regardless of age. I think it was 51 at the time. To sing the national anthem and get presented with the baggy green, and then present the remainder of the baggy greens to the rest of the squad was certainly very special. And the first game against Wales, first international game against Wales, had a couple of hundred people watching, and they had a DJ playing music, and they had kids singing, and they formed a guard of honour as we went out on the ground. It was something really special. Now, we got beaten in the last ball of the last over that game.
But I understand you had the privilege of bowling that last ball as well.
I'll put myself into that. So they needed 14 off the last over, and I got hit for a massive 6. Apparently there's drone footage of it, but I've never watched it.
And you don't want to watch it either.
I don't want to watch it, but disappointing to lose. But for veterans cricket and over 50s cricket, it was the best result on the day. Wales was superb. The day they put on was brilliant. For them to beat Australia in our first international was the best result for veterans cricket in the 50s age category. And where it's gone from there to where we are now with World Cups, it's just great, and the participation rate and the friendships that you form across the globe through cricket. Certainly when I finished playing first grade at the age of 35, I thought that's it, I won't play cricket again. Then to get the opportunity to play for your state again and to represent your country, it's pretty special.
Yeah, look, and I mean, I've seen that obviously from my time in the 50s and now as I'm starting to come into the 60s, is the mental health benefits that are there from a lot of the guys that we play with. And I mean, you see on our chat groups and everything else like that with, people keeping people up. I mean, the odd person gets a bit down about something or other, and you've got 20 other guys going, mate, are you all right? And
it's spot on, Biggles. Like I've done a heap of speeches, but the way I look at it is it's probably only about 30% cricket. The rest of the time is about that support network that you have with a group of guys that have all got skeletons in the closet and we've all got battle scars, and to know people have been through their journey in life and be able to talk to people and be open about that. I think that's a true benefit of this. We talk about being the equivalent of men's sheds with balls. I don't know whether I'm allowed to say that, but I do.
Well, I don't think it'll get beeped out today anyway.
Take it out of the contract.
Yeah, that's right.
It's really important, that, and that's what I'm here today, to see some of the guys that went through the UK with and catch up with. And, that friendship, that's 5 years ago now, with people that you never would have thought you'd meet. And they're some of your best mates today.
That's right. And I mean, you're still having a run around in the 50s.
Running's probably a bit of a stretch, Biggles.
It's a jog around in the 50s.
Still rolling the arm over and trying to hit
and it's good to see. And look, Paul, I'm very appreciative for the work that you've done in over 50s cricket and veterans cricket as far as that go. You've done. Now we've got Peter Judd. And he bowls from the southern end, and the ball's just played back down the wicket after the drinks break, and we are 3 for 102 in the 31st over. Very appreciative of all of the work that you've done for veterans cricket, and everything else that you do there. So,
But like it's something, mate, that you kind of just do. Oh, good
and that's out. That's gone.
caught behind the court first slip.
No,
It's
that's
caught
caught at first slip by. Is it?
Bruce Mackey.
Oh, Bruce Mackey's feeling at first slip at the moment. So a sharp catch there from Peter Judd. Peter Judd's another Australian over 50s representative. And
Yeah, Juddy will just be wobbling it a little bit. There's not a lot of pace in it, but he just takes the ball each ways. He doesn't enjoy bowling with the pink ball, I know that. He likes the red one, where you can get a little bit more movement. But good to see him.
shine on the red ball.
Yeah, good to see him getting a wicket early for Australia.
Yeah, it is. It's good to see. Now that's Canada now 4 down. So the top 4 batsmen for Canada have troubled most sides through the week, and they're now 4 for 102 in the 31st. And Danny coming to bat now is a very hard-hitting left-hander.
Is he looking for a sponsorship, Biggles?
We reckon we might get him one day.
I think you might be able to put your airline logo on that one.
Yeah,
mate.
that's right, mate. We could do that. But he's a very hard-hitting left-hander and can bat. So
Is he the guy that got 100 earlier in the
he
week?
got 86, I think it was. No, he got 102, didn't he?
Yeah, 102, yeah.
Then he got 102 against...
No, he got 100 retired.
100 retired.
Yeah.
In a match earlier in the week. So yeah, he can certainly bat. We played Canada in our first game. It ended up being round 2, and he came out to bat and he batted very well against us as well. But we were lucky enough and got him early. But back to a bit more of your stuff though, Paul. And you're going to continue into the 60s, or is the body going to prevent you from doing it?
It's funny to talk about that. Like it's something I'd have to say that leading up to nationals and when I've had the opportunity to represent the country as well, it's the hardest I've ever trained. I've had a pretty slack last month. I've been just returned from overseas yesterday and a few conferences, but the work I've been doing, certainly to keep strength in the legs, is more than I ever did playing serious cricket.
Yeah.
So while the body's reasonably okay, and I know I'm heading towards knee replacements, my younger brother had them done about 7 months ago, last November. While I can keep going, I'll keep going. Like, I enjoy it. I'm not going to be playing Division 1, I know that. But there's more to cricket than that, as we've just spoken about. So being around a group of guys and helping some of the younger fellas coming through.
There's Judd bowls and it's just pushed out to cover.
Yeah, I think that's important. There's, I don't know, I've got a fair bit of pride in representing the state and representing the country.
Oh, absolutely,
so, making sure some of that gets passed through to the next generation of players coming.
That's good. And you mentioned as Danny hits a nice off drive down where it's fielded, no run by Doc Richardson. So you mentioned your younger brother Ian, and I assume that's who you were talking about, Ian,
Yes.
with the knee replacements.
Yep.
Now Ian, as Judd approaches and bowls, and it's just pushed out to point. Fielded by Pat Henry, back over the stumps to the keeper and back down to the bowler. You and Ian were fortunate enough to both play for Queensland over 50s. As Juddy approaches and bowls, ball's pitched up and it's hit over the top of Mark Brady at mid-on. It's coming down towards the boundary. I don't think it's going to get there. It's chased down well by Mark Brady. It's returned in the relay throw back to the stumps, as we do a lot of in veterans cricket, because it's the fastest way to get the ball back to the bowler.
We really should have sidearms, though.
We should have sidearms, mate. That's what we should be allowed to use.
Should allow people that are on the boundary to use sidearms.
That's right. So at the end of the 31st over there, bowled by Juddy, Canada are now 3 for 104. So how was that playing with Ian in a state side?
It was.
I think you presented his cap to him.
Yes,
didn't you?
I did. A pretty special moment. Ian and I, when was it? 1985 or 86, I think. Represented Queensland Colts, played New South Wales at the Gabba. I was 20. Yeah, I was 20. So Ian would have been 18. We played at the Gabba, and then a few years ago now, again we played representing our state again in 86.
It's out. Mackey's got a wicket. He's pitched that ball up outside off stump. It looks like it's been dragged back on. And
he might have just went over the top of it. I'm
might
not
have
sure he
done
got
just
any.
the bowlers, I think. Okay. And another wicket for lost by Canada takes them now to 5 for 104 off in the 32nd.
Yeah, just a couple of tight overs here. You can see the pressure building and just keeping it full and straight. You know, how often do you hear? You know, full and straight, and if they miss, you hit.
Well, that's the key to all cricket, I think. I mean, not just veterans cricket, but it's even more so in veterans cricket, because if you bowl half trackers, they end up at square leg or point. So that's not really what you want to do.
Yeah. So getting back to playing with Ian, it was something we played probably against each other a lot more than we have with each other. So it was good to have another game with the maroon cap. We were lucky enough to. Ian played for a number of clubs in Brisbane in grade cricket, but he went to the Australian Institute of Sport in Adelaide, the first intake down there. But he came back and he played with East with me for 1 year. Fat Cat was our captain. We actually won the first grade premiership against Toombul. So guys playing veterans cricket, Bobby McGee and Andrew Knight were in the Toombul side. Chris Holding as well, who's played for Queensland. I think I don't know whether Junior might have played in that final. Maybe he didn't. The 1 2 years after we did. But Brian Bricks, who plays for Queensland, he was in the east side with me. So and Ian was there too. So you know, it was really good to catch up and then play some games against New South Wales. I got hit for a massive 6 off my bowling on the top of Redlands Sporting Club. I get reminded of the big dent that nearly put a hole in the roof there. But no, it's pretty special playing with your brother. It's good playing with your kids as well if you get the opportunity to play any form of cricket with your children. I know Dad did with us when we were kids.
As happened with me as well.
Yeah, that's pretty special.
I tell a story from time to time about as Mackie bowls and the ball's just pushed out to cover point. It was fielded by Pat Henry with no run. I was fortunate enough to play for about 7 or 8 years with my dad. And I think I was about 15 when I was looking like getting my first 100 in senior cricket. As Mackie comes in and bowls again now, the ball it's a little short of a length and it's just pushed out to cover point, fielded by Henry again, and just no run from there. And happened to be we were playing a 50 over game, and Dad's at the other end and I'm batting with him, and it's the last ball of the innings and I'm on 99. And as Mackie approaches the top of his run, he moves in again from the northern end, comes in, bowls. Ball's just short of a length and it's turned around the corner to backward square. Picked up by Billy Saker down there and fielded extremely well off the left boot, picked up and thrown back. But anyway, so the last ball of the over, and Dad walks down the track as fathers do, and he says, right, Al, he says, all that we're going to do with this one is just drop it at your feet. He said, I'll be here by the time you start running, and nobody will pick it up, and it'll be good. You'll have your first 100 in seniors cricket. Well,
is this when we go to a commercial break, people, so we get viewers to come back?
Yeah. And me being a normal 15-year-old and way smarter than your father, I try to hit it over the fence and it takes middle stuff out of the ground, so I didn't get that 100 that day with Dad at the other end.
Lesson learned?
Lesson learned. As Mackie comes in and bowls again and the ball's just pushed out to cover.
How good's this weather, Biggs?
Mate, it doesn't get any better than this on the
There
sunny
is
coast.
not a cloud.
They call it the Sunshine Coast. We didn't think it was that last week when there was a bit of rain around, but there's not a cloud in the sky. Lovely little southeaster blowing, and it's
23,
a great day.
24 degrees. There is not a cloud.
It's
Seriously,
a great day for playing
360.
cricket.
I've just looked around. There's not a cloud.
No, it's certainly a great day for playing cricket. As Mackie's bowl again, it's pushed to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Peter Judd. End of the over, end of the 32nd over, and Canada at 5 for a 105, and the scoring slowed down just a little there, Paul.
So are they 45 over games?
45 over games.
9 overs maximum per bowler.
9 overs maximum per bowler, so you've got to use 5.
And batsmen,
And
no
batsmen don't have to retire in the international games.
Well, I'm happy to step down, Big.
Yeah, no, look, Paul, thank you for your contributions today. I mean, this goes out to a lot of people, and And so, hopefully what we're doing is spreading the message a bit more about veterans cricket. And
I think it's great they're having the camera.
This one's Frogbox, yeah.
Frogbox,
That's done by Frogbox.
Like I flew home from Thailand yesterday, had a sleep, and I woke up and I watched the last 6 overs on my phone. So
Yeah.
it's a wonderful way to get people to engage with veterans cricket and watch it. There's again the growth in Australia, and hopefully the numbers playing the game in other countries are growing as much as they are in Australia. Like when in 2016 I had a phone call from Andrew Knight saying, do you want to play over 50s cricket? And I said, do they have over 50s cricket? And at the time it was not only that it's starting, but they have over 60s and over 70s. So it was something that was unknown. The number of players now and the friendships that are formed right around the world. It's an excellent concept. It's an excellent product, and you encourage people to get involved and participate because you're retired a long time. You're not running in bowling a million miles an hour anymore. You still bowl a bouncer every now and then, but the sledging's quite funny now, and it's about your own teammates rather than anybody else.
That's right, and it is more about sledging your own teammates.
Yeah.
And there was a classic that you probably remember and reference the next Prime Minister that we had in Sydney.
Yourself bowling in Sydney. I do have to. I'll tell that story and then I'll get off the mic. But that's close.
That is close.
Well,
So the umpire
Juddy
at
will
this
say
end,
that was out. but it
Yeah, the
wasn't.
umpire at this end is actually an ex-Test umpire. He's a Kiwi, Evan. I can't think of his last name at the moment, but he's certainly done tests before.
Okay, Jim Morrison will send through a text pretty soon and tell us his name and credentials. Jim's the stats man.
Yep.
Yes, playing.
Johnny Howard.
Was it Western Australia we were playing? I think it was.
I think it was, and
Out
somebody
near
threw
what race course was it?
Yeah,
near race course
Randwick.
somewhere?
Yeah, I think it
Near
was
Randwick.
Yeah,
And anyway, Biggles here is running into bowl and
it's stuck.
it stuck and it bounced a couple of times and headed towards the square leg umpire, and the umpires called it a dead ball or a wide, but he then followed up and said that was like Johnny Howard bowling overseas to the troops. So if anybody wants to know what Biggles bowling is like, get on there and do John Howard bowling and you'll actually find how it was. But it was one of the best sledges I've heard came from the umpire. That was
as
brilliant.
good as sledges
That
I've
was
heard in
funny.
a long time.
That was
Almost as good as the I can't think who it was now, the Englishman. When Mark Wall was sledging him while he was batting, and he turns around and he said, well, at least I'm the best in my family, I'm not second best.
That was a good
But it
square
was
drive.
a lovely square drive, that over the top of point and out for 4.
Oh,
So Canada now move on to 5 for 109 in the 33rd over.
Yeah, I was listening yesterday, just people listening would have heard Evan Bancroft, he did a fair bit of
Bangers,
commentary
yeah,
yesterday.
no, him and McWhinney did a bit yesterday.
Yeah, so Banger played in that first grade final I was talking about against Nighty and Bobby McGee. Banger, he was on our east side, so he's got a first grade premiership cap as well. So it was good. Listen to Banger. I don't know whether he's listening now, but he gave me a call last night on the way home.
No, he did an excellent job yesterday. I had a bit of a chat to Banger myself, and yesterday also we were fortunate as ball's turned around to backward square, and it's picked up by Billy Saker at backward square, no run. Fortunate enough to have Nicky Hudson, who you also know, and as Nicky was the captain of the Australian Hockey Roos that won the gold medal in Sydney, so she came on and had a chat yesterday as well. So.
Oh, good. Australia's going okay, isn't it?
Australia, they've pulled this back now. The bowling's tightened up. Bruce Backey's bowling quite well from the northern end here, and Bruce just bowls, that slow medium. It's hard to get away.
Try to keep Canada down to about 150, 160.
Well, I think if we can keep them to 150, then that's wide outside off stump, and a big slash by Danny there.
I've got to say,
Didn't make any contact.
I'd like to see Australia having a little bit more defence, maybe square with the sweeper, and protect the boundaries square, because you know, you got him under the pump here, 5 for 109 or 33. You really want to try to make sure that they're not going to, you know, there's not going to be an 8 or a 10 run over here. So if you can cut those boundaries down to 1 or 2, that's where you will keep them down to 160 rather than 180.
And that's what Danny can do to you if you let him get away like that.
Yeah, particularly, yeah, as I say, a guy who hits the ball hard, you know, protect the boundaries. Like, I'm not seeing that here. I don't want to be critical, but that's the captain and me, the tactics side of things that come around. We've just got a ring of fieldsmen here. Juddy will keep it tight, but you just want to maybe protect the boundary from balls 3 or 4 onwards and put a couple of guys back so it doesn't go for 6 or 7 or 8.
It's one of the things that we've done in our club cricket is if you get to ball 4 and you've kept it to nothing, is drop a couple of blokes back anyway, so you do protect that 4 ball, because as Juddy moves in again and bowls, this ball's pitched up nicely and it's just played back down the wicket.
And Pete will just keep bowling those balls. He'll try a couple of innings, then an outie, and then maybe a cross seamer as well. So he'll just keep landing them there, going at the stumps, hoping for a leg before.
Yeah, pretty tough to get a leg before from around the wicket, bowling as wide as he is, but you never know. And that one's come off an inside edge and it's going back down towards fine leg, where it's picked up down there by Bruce Worthington. And Bruce has probably got one of the best arms in this side, and he's thrown 2 runouts this week in this tournament already.
Hit the stumps.
Hit the stumps both times. Yep, one yesterday, which got Australia back on track to getting to being able to get back to.
Well, I'm plugged into Juddy's ear because he's just put back a deep square, long on and a deep point.
Yep.
So good tactics here.
Yeah, well, Juddy's played a bit of cricket, mate. I mean,
actually, I was down in Adelaide probably about 3 weeks ago, and I was lucky enough to go over to Peter's house and had dinner with his wife as well.
Right, Gail's here this week as well, yeah.
So some of the photos I've seen of Pete with hair, you would not recognise him.
That's right, it's a lot of us, isn't it? I mean, there's not a lot left on me either.
No, pretty long, curly, nice mullet.
Yeah, right, yep.
Fit in well these days.
Judd from the southern end comes in and bowls. This ball's pitched up, it's hit back through mid-on.
Is that Monty Burns? Monty fielding that?
Fielded by Braids.
Mark Brady.
Yep. And no run. Juddy again in bowls. This ball's pitched up and it's hit well over the top of mid-wicket. Out towards cow corner, it looks like it's going to roll across the boundary, and it does so now. That's 4 to Canada, and this is, I think, what Paul was just alluding to a moment ago, is we don't really need a 10 run or a couple of 10 run overs here. We're now, Canada was 5 for 115 at the end of the 34th.
Yeah, so like it's kind of a free hit for even though he's not the major batsman, but it's a bit of a free hit. You've only got to clear the circle, and it's going to land there without too much risk. So ball seems to be just coming through nicely. The pitch is in pretty good condition, low risk.
Yeah, I was out having a look at the wicket this morning. It's nice and hard. Canada won the toss and they elected to bat, so which is I think what Australia would have done also had they won the toss. We've got Bruce Mackey to continue from the northern end. He moves in now. Bowls the Danny. Ball outside off stump. It's just pushed away through third slip. It's running down towards the boundary.
Boundary 4, that one.
4 more to Canada. And they're now on to 5 for 119 in the 35th over.
I know who I've seen in the crowd that might have interest to come down and have a chat, Peagles, is Mel Johnson, former international umpire.
Yeah, well, that'd be good if he'd like to come down and have a chat. I'm
he's
sure
up on the east wall of international representatives, or Redlands now as it's known. Mel's a great fella, great umpire, and he certainly always used to keep the game in control. He used to let just enough go on, but he'd pull it in when it was just starting to get across the line without any hassles. None of this getting reported for saying boo, but he had control of the game, and the players respected him. So Mel would be a good fella to have a chat to.
Well, if you see him up there, send him down, Paul, as Mackie moves in again from the northern end. Ball short this time. On leg stump, it's turned around the corner. Richardson comes into field at fine leg, and the Canadians are through for a single. Back over the stump, and a lovely throw back over the stump. Canada move on to 5 for 130, I think it is. 120, sorry. Australia need to keep this under control here. Mackie moves in again, bowls. This time, again on leg stump, turned around to square leg where it's fielded by Billy Saker, and
I can see this guy trying to flick one over square leg. I reckon. That a deep point. I'd really like those boundary riders to protect those fours. Triggles.
yeah, look, it might come to fruition this and there, particularly if we're not going to bowl on off stump. This one's turned around down the side. It might have been leg buys, that one. No, they're wides actually. So a couple of wides there.
I did say, I did thought something got onto that, so I'm surprised it was called a wide.
They've been pretty tough on the wides though through this, but the umpiring's been very good over the tournament as well. It's been
Well,
very
I
consistent.
think that's fair enough. If the ball goes down leg side, let's just call it a wide.
That ball's hit firmly through to mid-off, where it's well fielded down there by, I think it's Mike Goldsmith on the ground. And
I don't know
60-year-old diving is something to be seen.
I can't sledge that. Mine's more of a 4 rather than a 9. It's going to be close to the Just stop. Monty's throwing it in. I believe he's going back on holidays. I was just speaking to his wife Sharon, and when the tournament's finished, they're flying back up to Darwin, getting back in the caravan, spending time in the Northern Territory, and then through Western Australia till January.
They are, mate. Yes, him and who was it? Braids and I'll think of his name in a second. Kenny McGrogan, actually, who is playing for the rest of the world team.
Is he?
While he's here.
I don't know whether it's safe going on a caravan trip with Kenny.
It might not be, but anyway, they both flew back from Darwin, and I was talking to Braids the other day, and I said, "Mate, are you coming back for the Nationals?" And he said, "Sharon said you'll be single if you come back for the Nationals." So I think they're not going to bother with the Nationals this year. They're just going to keep on their tour. As much as I know he'd like to.
Juddy's got 3 men back on the boundary here. I like this field a lot more. Nice and straight, just to push forward. He's going to probably do that for the first 3 balls, and then I'd say he's going to have a bit of a crack. Oh, we've got 3 on the leg side now.
And one at deep point.
So that's going to force him to try to hit over mid-off. So we'll see what transpires here. Just happy flicking it down to mid-on for 1. They won't come back for 2. Monty's got too good a 9. There was a bit of a mishap while Braids and his wife Sharon were on holidays. The new $1,800 phone, I think, got dropped down the long drop.
Down the long drop, yeah, I heard that. I'm just not sure who rescued it, but...
there was no rescue. The replacement is now on a lanyard around the neck. I just got the word before I came down here.
All right.
So, mitigating that happening again. I'm a Juddy nice and tight here. Well bowled. So is that 3 or 4 balls this over?
That's pretty sure that's ball number 4 at the moment.
I know scoring is not my forte. I'd rather umpire than score. Commentating is probably a little bit easier than umpiring.
Commentating actually does seem to be a bit easier than umpiring. The good thing about commentating here is all the viewers might think we're just rabbiting on, but no one can tell us to stop.
There's no director in our ear.
No.
So I can see a big shot being forced here. We've got 4 men back, 3 on the leg side, 1 at deep point.
Last ball of Judd's over.
I can see the free-flowing batsman probably going to try to, if I was batting, I'd probably back away a bit to leg and try to hit him over extra cover. So just pushed it for 1, so he's going to want to keep the strike for the next over.
Yeah, 3 off that over by for Canada, and they've moved to 5 for 128. 17 off 37. Yeah, well, Australia do well to keep them to 150 here, Paul.
Yeah, good tight over there from Juddy. I think it was it 2 or 3? I think 3 from the over.
Three from the over.
Yeah, that's okay coming into the last.
The last 8.
Yeah, last 8 overs. A few more of them from the Pete, and we'll keep that score around that 160 mark. I think Australia should be pretty happy with that. It's going to big overs coming in here. This next 2 or 3. Canada's going to have to get a move on.
Oh, they'll have to up the scoring rate here. They've still got 5 wickets in hand, so we're going to have Bruce Mackey continuing from the northern end, bowling into the southeasterly, which will help his little drift that ball back.
Has anybody bowled any short stuff this week, Alan? Have you seen anybody with any reasonable pace?
No, there's not. I mean, realistically, there's 2 Australian openers who both are not playing today. That one's probably be called a wide down the leg side. And Canadians go through for a single, so there's a wide. And, that's something Australia can ill afford to bowl here at this stage of the game is wide.
I think that cost, from what I saw, that was pretty costly yesterday. So really want to close out this end.
Going down through the gully this time, a slash outside off stump, and
get an easy 2.
Braids will field it, and Canada come back for 2.
So what states are represented in the Australian team?
So we've got everybody apart from Western Australia, mate. And I mean, there's, that was one of the things that was said was, why were there no Western Australians picked? And one of the reasons, I believe, and that ball's pushed down through, out to long on, and through for another single. One of the big drivers behind that was the fact that Western Australia was closed for 2 years.
Of course.
Through the coronavirus pandemic, and they didn't get to play. That's a good run. Nice soft hands into the covers, and through for a single. And so Western Australia didn't get to play any cricket. So they weren't aware, there was nobody putting their hand up essentially showing what was done. But yeah, that's a shame. But every other state, that's short and outside leg stump.
He's lucky to get away with only a single leg.
No ACT.
Yeah, that's right.
Just speaking on that, in my opinion, you're representing your country here. Not every child wins a prize, so this should be picking the best players to represent your country, rather than saying this state's got to have 2 and that state's got to have 3 or whatever.
My understanding.
You're still playing for your country, regardless of age. You're wearing the cap. It should be the best players available, not shared around between all the.
Yeah, well, my understanding from what I've heard this week is that's what was done. It was the best players available. As Mackey comes in again, this one's over the top of cover, and the Canadians will pick a couple up here. Chris Carr, he's given away the gloves to Archie, and he's fielding in the covers at the moment.
I just want to try to keep it a little bit tighter than that. Just can't bowl those half trackers. We were lucky to get away with Australia. Lucky to get away with it.
Now the end of the 38th, and we're 5 for 139 by the look of it. Looks like we've got Channel 7 News turned up, and that's one of the things that we've got. We've got some good news coverage by Channel 7. They've done an excellent job of covering the over 60s World Cup.
Yeah, just on the local news. I said I came back from Thailand, and I did see a clip on Facebook at the start of the week. I think that's tremendous that the local media are picking up and supporting veterans cricket.
It's a lovely shot. Fielded the cover by Billy Sager.
So Juddy's got mid off 3/4 to the fence as well, so he's only got four in the circle, so protecting the boundaries there.
Then we play with the normal one-day rules where you're allowed 5 outside in the last 15. Good bowling by Judd here.
Yeah, he'll just be bowling his little nude nuts, trying to do a little bit each way. There won't be a lot of shine left on the ball. But again, in veterans cricket, it's it's harder to hit the pace off.
Yeah, and the newer batsmen are field in now.
Just a little concerned about mid-on. I think he might left-handers like hitting over there. Blocked one there, but they've got a bit of a, what would you call that? It's not quite cow corner, deep forward square. I'd still like that sweeper at point and maybe a mid-on Biggles. We'll see where he goes.
Well, you've done plenty of captaining, Paul, so you know, I'm not going to dispute those suggestions at this point in time. Judd again moves in and bowls. This one's pitched up, pushed down to mid-on where it's fielded by Brady.
Now, is that 4 balls in the over? These are the balls where I'd look to protect the boundary.
That's right, so that's, I think that is ball number 4 gone. This one's hit fairly firmly down the mid-on and still no single.
Monty fielded well. This is a good tight over, this one.
This will be the last ball of the over.
Let's see what happens with this one. Should be a swing, I reckon. Well bowled.
Over run, Johnny.
I think only one off that over.
So Canada sitting at 5 for 139. I think that was a maiden ball actually.
Okay. I thought we had the men back first ball. And I thought he got.
No, there was a one. There was a single. That's right. Yeah, the single on the second ball of that over.
Again, I'm not a good scorer or an umpire. And the guys know it's pretty rare, but I have done the covers once this year. I think that's the first time in the last 20 years. So one of my mates got a video of me doing the covers.
All right, well, Canada 5 for 139 here after 39. We've got a change of bowling now. Billy Saker will come on from the northern end. Now, Billy the Kid, yeah, no, that's he's a
Billy the Kid.
Billy the Kid. He's
at,
a pretty
at
good
61.
at 61. That's it.
Billy the Kid, the one I knew was Craig McDermott.
That's right.
I've got to say, Billy was pretty sharp in the day. Billy's the same age as me.
He
so
was.
Played a lot against him when he was playing for Ipswich. And he was really sharp. We had an under-19s tournament we played at Churchy. And geez, he was quick. And it was he probably played for Australia within the 12 months
the
after
year
that.
after. I think
Yeah,
he was
the
20
year
or
after.
21 when he
No,
played.
he was younger than that.
Was he?
I think
Yeah,
he was
okay.
19. He was
There
sharp.
we go. That's picked up nicely by Monty there at fielding it on the circle at third man.
So a bit funny to have a 60-something-year-old called Billy the
Yeah.
Kid, but anyway, let's roll with that. I
Yeah,
guess the
well-
over 70s call him that, do they?
Yeah, yeah, that's right. But Billy's brother's here with us as well, Trevor. So moves in and bowls, and it's just pushed back down the wicket. This is tying Canada up a little bit here. Actually, they're running between the wickets. It's probably fallen off a bit. Some of those balls have been pushed down to mid on and mid off. There was probably signals there if you're running well.
See some pressure on. There's going to be some big shots played this time.
Yep. One's flicked around the corner, just forward of square. It actually looks like it's going to go out and go across the boundary at forward square leg.
I'd have to say the viewers would have seen the wrist work there, but that was very Larry Gomes-ish.
Yep.
Sort of just a flicker, or David Gower-ish. It was just a real flick of the wrist. Timed it perfectly.
It was, so we were fortunate enough last week to Saker comes in again. Bowls this one on leg again. It's turned around the corner to mid-wicket. Judd picks up an excellent return to the keeper, but they're safely through for a single. David Saker is the coach of the Renegades.
Oh, yeah.
Is Billy's brother.
Okay.
And he was here to have a chat with us last week at a dinner that we had, and it was really, really interesting to listen to him. Saker again moves in. Pitched up this time on middle. It's fielded well.
Juddy crawling like a
on the ground. It looks like Juddy over there. not wanting to get up off the ground all that quickly that
Yeah,
time.
but he likes the ball in his hand.
He does. He's going to have a bowl though. He's not even giving the skipper a chance to take it off. I think he's just walking straight back to the southern end here to take up the bowling.
Yep, just keep handing the hat to the umpire.
That's it. Yep.
And look the other way.
Don't look at the captain. Don't look at the captain at all. Just walk across and take it as if you own it.
Yep.
So Canada's moved along to 5 for 144 in the 40th, so we've got 5 overs left to go.
They'll be wanting to score at least 30 here to get to the mid-70s. They'll be wanting that at least. Australia will be trying to keep them under that 170, I think.
Judd bowls. The ball's pitched up outside off stump. It's pulled across and down to mid-on where Monty picks it up. And
that's okay for Australia.
For a single.
Having just the single from the main striker of the ball, just give them that one and then try to tie the other fella up with some dot balls.
Yeah, and that field comes up again now, so left a sweeper out at Cow. Judd moves in and bowls. The ball's up, it's full. Gets straight back on the wicket to where it's fielded by Judd.
If he had a caught that one hand, do they play one hand, one bounce, is there?
Yeah,
do they play that in 60s? You always got to run at Christmas time.
They did, that's right, the backyard cricket.
What about out west? Did they play it out there? Huh?
No, it was always a bit tougher out there. I mean, what you tried to do with your brothers and the neighbours, if you had some close enough to you, that ball's hit down to
it was a good
fine leg, and they're going to run three here.
This
This is good running. That's Bruce Worthington down there, and Bruce, as I said before, has probably got one of the best arms along with Greg Hoisted in this over 60s side. No. Cow corner. Well, my understanding, and I mean, Paul, you may correct me on this. It was when the city guys used to come out and play the guys from the country, and one of the things that I've been told is Judd bowls again. This one, just a single as the ball goes to mid wicket. It's picked up by Chris Carr and handed back to the bowler. The country blokes used to just plonk one foot down the wicket and slam it back over, and that's why it became Cow corner, and that's my understanding of how it got its name.
Okay, I'll take it.
Judd bowls. The ball's flicked through. Oh! A very, very tough chance there to Mark Brady at mid-on. He just got down on the ground to try and get to that ball, but I think it might have bounced just in front of him. And that's through for a single. Juddy moves into bowl. Ball's pitched up, full, it's driven to the covers where it's picked up by Billy Saker.
Well, I've got an interesting definition here.
Cow corner, right.
Cow corner.
Google's
derives its name from a corner of the field which was safe for cows to graze on because very few batsmen would hit the ball there.
Right.
That must have been some time ago.
That must have been a fair while before big bats got invented, I can tell you that.
So, that's what Google's telling us.
If somebody like Matthew Hayden was batting, I wouldn't want to be grazing around at Cow corner.
Well, Haydos used to go straight and square. not too much went to Cow corner. I luckily missed a game against Haydos. He got, I think, about 140 or 160. I was glad I didn't play that game when he's played Valleys.
Yes, an extremely hard striker of the ball.
He actually played a exhibition game here at Maroochydore on the main John Blank Oval, and they ran out of cricket balls.
Did they?
Kept on straight driving him into the bushes down to the southern end.
Yep.
And that's a true story.
That's a wide to start Billy Saker's third over. And we're in the 42nd. Canada at 5 for 141. If they want to make some sort of a total here, they'll need to get a bit of a move on in these next couple of overs, Paul.
Yeah,
there's certainly a single in that.
They've got a few wickets in hand here. I can see they're really going to have to start throwing a bit of that willow. Yeah, there's plenty of gaps.
There are.
Certainly, you know, that cow corner we just spoke about, but anything from mid-off through to point.
And that's where it goes. It goes down to long on. Richard Johnson's fielding down there for Australia, and he'll relay that ball back into the bowler, and they go through for a single.
So we're seeing some instructions now. The water was brought out, but he's had to return. Maybe they don't count. They count like me.
Yeah, that's right.
Some big shots coming here, I see.
I think it's time Canada have to do that. And that's a lovely shot over long off. That'll be 4 runs there. The ball was up and outside off stump. Saker enticing the batsman forward, and he's accommodating him and put him in the long off boundary.
It was what I wanted to say just then. With this guy on strike, I'd only have the 4 in the circle, and the rest protecting the boundaries. Because he's the batter that is going to go over the top and through gaps. And as I don't know, it's one of those things that annoys me as a captain, that they follow the ball. They put a man back to deep mid-off. We've got 5 men back to the boundary now. I think they just need to be a bit more
They're going to
proactive.
take 2 here. Oh, they're not. They've pulled it up.
I think he'll want to keep the strike. So I think there might be 1 ball left in the over here. So I don't know whether I would have bring more mid-off back up. I think I would have protected that. I think he's pushing him back. Yes. What's the bowler's name?
Billy Saker.
So Billy's pushing mid-off back. I think that's a smart move. No protection here down at fine leg. So if there's anything on leg, I'll just wrist him running down here. The single off that ball is not a bad result, actually.
No, it's a good result for Australia because it'll keep the stronger of the batsmen.
I was wrong, told I can't count.
Maybe 1 ball to go.
When's my stint in the commentary box?
Mate, yeah. Saker comes in again, and that ball just hit back down the wicket to the bowler. Last ball of the over, and that was 8 from the over.
I'm not getting any text messages coming through sledging me, so
you must be doing a pretty good job there, Paul. And Canada now move on to 5 for 158 at the end of the 42nd. So this is Australia need to contain this.
158. 3 to go. Yeah, Australia will be happy with that 170. Really just got to. This has got to be a tight over from Judd here.
Mate.
Protect the boundaries here.
So Paul, I'm just going to introduce here to the viewers. We've got Pete Jensen. Pete's the vice captain of the Australian side, and Pete's not playing today. He's standing out, and
I am having a lovely rest, actually.
Having a lovely rest. So Pete, your view on the tournament today?
Oh, well, probably the same as yours, mate. I think it's been brilliantly organised. It's all been said before, but the opportunity to come and play against everyone from around the world. The facilities have been fantastic. The weather's done the right thing by us. The supporters and organisation have been terrific.
Big over this from Judd.
Juddy keeps this tight, this will help us.
Very keen to get the other batter on strike, you can see that, Alan. So the more balls we keep him down there, that's going to put the pressure on the big striker when he does get down there. So let's see if we can tie him up for 2 or 3 dot balls here.
Judd moves and bowls again. It's pushed to cover and again another dot ball.
Yep, this is good. It's going to force a big stroke this ball, I think.
How do you feel Australia have gone today, Pete?
I think we've really stuck at it.
Yep.
You know, we've had some impressive batting at the top order, but we'll pull it back best we can.
Single down to long on.
Yeah, 1 or 3 balls, that's all right.
Picked up by Monty and returned back to the bowler. Yeah, particularly after a disappointing day yesterday.
always hard to get up. It's a bit of a weird feeling. You can easily feel flat. No, they're stuck at it. I think it's going to give our bats a great opportunity to show their wares this afternoon.
Judd again on the southern end. Bowls. Toss this time. It's over the top of mid off. They're only going to get a single off this. It's pretty well done by Juddy, that.
Yeah, the Doc's building well. Showing the signs of fresh legs, mate.
Doc has fielded really well today, and he moves well to the ball as well. So Pete, you're here for another couple of days?
Another couple of weeks.
Another couple of weeks?
Yeah, some drinking in the Sunshine Coast.
Right, well at least the weather now has turned it on.
Oh, it has. We may never go home.
That's right. So Pete, your journey in veterans cricket?
Yeah, it's just started with playing socially with the Bradman Foundation, the Vincent Found Vets Cricket, and just been playing a lot of club games with some mates down in Barrel in the Southern Highlands.
Right, so Bradman's home country?
Home turf, yeah. Very fortunate to have that ground as number one.
Really good over this from Peter Judd. We're seeing here
Kept scoring down.
I think that's only 3 off the over, is it?
It is only 3 off the over, and that is the end of the 43rd, I think that is. And Canada now 5 for 161. If we can bowl a couple of tight overs here, you'd be happy with that result, Pete?
Oh, I think so. I think it's all gettable. The ground's going to run fast this afternoon. What about your journey, Alan? What was that? Has someone asked you that?
No, they haven't actually.
Well, let me ask you. What's your journey been like?
Mate, it's been fantastic actually. I did have a chat with Sterling before, and Sterling kicked off the over 50s in 2016 with a tournament in Sydney.
Yes.
And that, so I went down to that actually, talking with Paul here. Paul was in the Queensland side as well that year. So it went from that to, I was fortunate enough to get selected in the 2018 Australian tour to go to New Zealand, that Paul was also the captain of.
That was our first win in Nelson. It was pretty special.
And it was. I remember singing the team song, and I must get the words to the team song. You'd have them. It was on the back of the road to Gundagai, I think, if I remember rightly, wasn't it?
That was another Sterling special lover.
Yep.
Nice.
So, mate, look, the thing you get from veterans cricket, and then I've obviously been fortunate enough to be selected to play with you and in this World Cup in the over 60s. It's the camaraderie that you get. Saker moves in and bowls. It's hit back over his head. This will go for 4. And it may well be cut off down here, and it is. Richard Johnson picks it up at long on. The camaraderie that you get out of playing at this level of cricket, and the guys you meet. Everybody's out here as Saker bowls again this time. And a big hit this time over Cow, and this may well clear. No, it didn't. It's bounced inside and it's picked up before it gets to the boundary by Paddy Henry.
Australia's doing okay here. Sorry, Biggles, to cut you off, but Australia's doing okay here by not having the big hitter on strike. So the more balls we bowl to this fella, the better.
And Billy moves in again. Bowls, the ball's pitched up. Hit through Cow again, along the ground this time. That ball it is cut off.
That'll be another 2.
Great use of the feet.
Bruce Mackey stops that well down there. So yeah, and it's all of the benefits of playing with people who want to play the same game, and it's been a really enjoyable journey. Thanks, Pete.
What some people won't know, Biggles, and it's why we actually call you Biggles, is how you get to most of your games and distance travelled.
Look, I'm fortunate enough to own my own aeroplane, Paul, and I live in a place called Tara, which is about 350 kilometres west of Brisbane.
It's not an A380, is it?
No, it's not an A380, mate. No, not quite. No, it's just a nice little twin-engine Baron. But I play for Wide Bay. In fact, I think I've played for every club that we've got, because I think I first started playing in Brisbane when we only had a couple of clubs. But if I was driving, it's about a 600 kilometre trip for me to get to Wide Bay if we're playing at Thunderbird. So the aeroplane does make it easy, and yes, I am fortunate to be able to do that. I think Wayne Miles, and that's a nice little Nice little late cut down through the gully there, and picked up by Mark Brady, and the Canadians will pick up a couple off this.
Not a bad little over this one.
Nice over.
They've done okay. What did they get, about 8 off that, I think?
One to come.
I think we've got one over to go. We're 5 for 170. This
Yeah, okay.
getting up there a little bit. I mean, if we can keep them under 180, this would be nice.
So did Milesy give you the name Biggs?
I'm pretty well. Milesy gives everybody their nicknames, if I remember rightly. But yes, and
Just before we get into this last over, there was a rumour that you actually flew to the wrong aerodrome and landed at the wrong place, and then had to pay a $90 Uber to get to the ground, or something along those lines.
It probably cost $90, but I mean, it wasn't an Uber. We were playing.
You flew to the wrong
I did.
place,
I was in Toowoomba. We were in Toowoomba for a function on the Friday night. We're playing on the Saturday, and Roberta and myself were. Juddy commenced this last over. That's a great ball, Juddy.
Good start, Pete. Top ball.
And so we're out of Toowoomba. It's freezing cold in Toowoomba, and so I've dragged Rob out of bed. She's got in the plane and she's going, why am I doing this? And so I'm sure we're playing in Bundaberg as Judd comes in for the second ball this last over. And that's bowling.
Nice.
That's the best way to keep runs down, is to take a wicket. So anyway, while this wicket's been, or these batsmen are changing over, we charged off out of Toowoomba, heading for Bundaberg, and I get up there and we land, and I'm an hour early. So anyway, I get on the ground, I ring up Lockie Donovan, who's another bloke that's played with us in
The Avocado
state cricket.
King?
The Australian Avocado King, yep. And I ring up Lockie Donovan and I said, mate, I'm here, where are you? He said, oh, I'm around where I picked you up last time. I said, no, I'm over where we left to go to Ayers Rock a couple of years ago. And he goes, oh, well, I can't see you, so I can't see where you are. And I said, oh, mate, look, I'll just get out of the plane, I'll get my stuff over, and I said, I'll see you when I get there. Anyway, Laurie McCloskey was with Lachlan, and they were at the airport, and they were about to. I said, look, you guys go. I said, I'll get an Uber over at the game, you know. And well batted by the Canadian left-hander there. I can't think of his name just offhand, but Laurie said to Locke, he said, you better ring Al. He said, it doesn't sound like he's in Maryborough. And so Lachlan rings me back. He goes, Al, where are you? I said, I'm just at the airport in Bundy, mate. He said, we're playing in Maryborough today. So, all the gear back into the plane. I've jumped in the plane. It's about the fastest takeoff I've ever done. I've done the run-ups on the run. I knew the aeroplane was in good order because we'd obviously just landed. Charged down there, I think it was 12 minutes to Maryborough, but it probably cost me $150 in fuel because I think the throttles were wide open the whole way.
How far is Bundy to Maryborough? 150k?
Oh, no. It's probably 40 miles, mate, 38 miles or something like that, nautical miles. So whatever that is, about 70 k's.
So yeah, Biggles Airlines. It's a bit of a mystery flight at times.
Yes, it's when you don't pay attention to the emails that you get through the week. But here comes Judd in his last over. And he bowls, it's pitched up, just pushed out to cover, and
three dot balls to start.
Including the wicket. So
it's a great
this is a great last over, this by Australia.
New batsmen on strike, they're all left-handers too.
Yeah.
Sloggers.
Yeah. I really want to be there. They're going to take a single here, and got the Danny, the better striker of the ball, on strike now for the last couple of balls. It'll be interesting to see what Juddy does here. Australia's got 5 on the rope.
It'll be full and straight again. It'll be nothing different to the ball that he got the wicket on. So he'll be hoping for the same result, but I'm sure the Canadian batsmen will be looking at mid-on between there and mid-wicket.
They're the safe shots, aren't they? Straight through the line of the ball.
Coming into his pads.
Oh, they're only going to get one here. That's cutting by the Canadians there.
That's a good result for Australia.
It is a very good result.
Must have just clipped the keeper's pads or gloves, I think, otherwise it would have ran further. His last ball.
excellent work by Peter Judd. Just
That's it.
outside off stump for that
Well
last
bowled.
ball.
Great over.
1 run off the last over.
It is. That's a very
And,
good result for Australia.
So Canada has ended up on 6 for 172 off their 45.
Well, that might do me, mate. I think
That's good.
That's
Thanks
my
very
time
much.
on the
mate.
microphone.
Thanks very much for that hour that you've put in there.
No-
When
no
you've only
prompting.
Come down for a 10-minute chat, Paul. So, look, I hope the viewers have benefited from what you've done in over 50s cricket and your cricket journey in total. And
Mate,
hope to see you around for a bit longer.
Yeah, no, it's all good fun, and keep playing while you can. That's my thoughts on Veterans Cricket. Keep doing what you can. If you love it, you love the game, you love the people involved. It's all good fun these days. Nothing's too serious. Although I do play as hard as I can when I'm out there, but it's good to be around the guys. So stick with it, people. Good luck with the rest of the game, Biggles.
Thanks, mate. No worries at all. Thanks for your time. Sorry, you've come out of this fairly well here. We should be able to chase this now. $2. Yeah, you can sit over there in Sterling's seat, mate. Oh, what are we doing? Are we not? What's wrong? What are they've got the camera there like that for? Is there anything on?
It's pointing out that. Someone running it? Huh?
Us.
Us. Alright.
You tell me where.
No, keep going. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Bit up.
Up a bit.
It's got too much in the front of the grass in the front of it.
Where's that rotate from? Probably.
Maybe not.
You would think that would rotate from there somewhere.
Got a lot of grass in front, that's all those places.
How? Let me just loosen that off a bit and get us where we want to go.
That's pretty good, that's pretty good.
Is it getting them?
Yeah. Let's go one a little bit that way. A little bit. Oh,
There?
yeah, that's good. That's good. It's probably better if it does, isn't it?
Is that Chuck?
I thought it rotated around that. I can't see.
Must be that, isn't it?
What? No, that's just attaching the camera to it.
Oh, okay.
That's not bad.
It's got to be a way down.
You'd think. No, doesn't want to rotate on that.
Sure it's not bad?
No. No, it's just the camera.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right.
That's
Well,
not
maybe,
bad.
maybe you just... Maybe you prop this up.
Oh, we'll do this. That'll have to be it. Is that? Can that adjust that way at all? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
You there watching us do that for half an hour?
No, no, not bad.
Oh, does that also rotate it?
Yeah, left and right.
Left and
on
right as
top,
well,
so, on top, so. Didn't you get this lesson before you started?
No. You get us where we need to be and then we can get started again.
Yeah. And I was over there fiddling with that one. I'm zooming around, I'm taking the flag, and I look over here and they're stiff started. Doing it?
It's all good?
How's that? See that okay? Yeah, so.
Right.
That's right.
Thanks. Now we know it.
I'd like to have a look around. Home apparently they look around. Got been told about all the greenery around here.
All right.
Take some.
Right, well, we're back here this afternoon. So this afternoon I've got Murray Harrison with me. Murray's the chairman of selectors for the over 60s. Over 60s or Australian VCA? Australian Veterans Cricket.
Well, I'm the chair of the over 60s committee and chair of the selection committee and national vice president of veteran cricket.
So welcome this afternoon, Murray. And
thanks, Alan.
so we've had, from your perspective, you would be very happy with the way the entire tournament's proceeded?
The tournament is, I think, quite clearly the best veterans cricket event ever at the over 60. At the over 60s.
Great. Well, that's good to see. And we've got 12 countries playing, so I mean that's obviously a huge effort to get 12 countries to be part of a tournament, particularly in and around the whole coronavirus pandemic that's been on over the last couple of years. So I can't imagine that was too easy.
You know, you feel for the organising committee, don't you? They've been at this for 3 years now. And then we start this week with a bit of rain. Getting things thrown at them left, right, and centre. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a there's an appeal.
An appeal for LBW against the Dock. Yep.
It's been a privilege to host this, and the work that's gone in by individual companies to bring their teams here has just been sensational.
That's right. And it's a you know, it's not at a cost that's minimal to people because it's not funded by anybody. It's funded by each of the players individually.
Yeah, I think some of the countries have done a good job in getting some sponsorship, but certainly you know, a lot of it comes down to people's ability to put their hand in the pocket, to be honest. But it shows the commitment to veterans cricket across the world. It's just taken off, it really is.
Oh, as far as I'm aware, it's the largest, it's the fastest growing cricket in Australia, if I'm correct.
It's the fastest growing demographic. At least that's. I haven't checked that lately, but we've been saying that for a little while now.
Right.
But, you know, we've got, I think, 4,500 veterans cricketers in Australia.
Right. Well, that's a fantastic effort by Veterans Cricket Australia, and as it started off with the over 60s, the over 50s came in after that, and having a chat with Sterling Harmon down here this morning, and when you have a chat with Sterling, you actually do a lot of listening. So I mean, that's one of the benefits of talking to Sterling. You you get a lot of information, but
Sterling's, a lot of credit goes to Sterling. Credit in the sense that almost none of this would be happening without the efforts of Sterling over the years.
no, he's certainly done a huge amount of work for cricket and that. But he was telling me this morning that they're now over 40s will be commencing next year, and there'll be a World Cup for over 40s in the next 12 to 18 months or something along those lines.
Karachi next year, I believe.
Karachi next year, right? So we were saying this morning how that should bring people, instead of retiring at the end of their first grade careers or senior cricket careers, it should allow them to continue on. That's a great shot by Greg Hoisted there. It's been stopped at point, but they run through for a single.
Yeah, no, that's I don't know about you, but I moved cities when I was 40 and I gave cricket away. It wasn't really an option for me to start with a new club and didn't have that available to me at that point. And
Right.
somebody told me about over 60s cricket 20 years later.
Yeah, well, that's good. So you're not just the vice president and the chairman of selectors. You've actually played some cricket yourself, though. Murray in Veterans Cricket. Why don't you tell the viewers a little bit about the cricket that you've played?
Oh, well, I guess I didn't know about this stuff when I retired. I've now made overseas tours in the last 8 years, Alan. It's been
what a fantastic effort!
It's been amazing. I've actually played 67 games for this team.
For the over 60s.
For the Australian team, yeah,
right?
Across the board.
Must almost have you at about the most capped player, is it?
I don't know. When I say this is on tour, we play 14, 15 games on tour, and I've been in quite a few tours.
Yeah.
I think 23 ODIs I've played.
Excellent work, yeah. So,
but it's just been
and we're talking this morning, about the benefits for men's health and things like that. Guys of our age getting out playing cricket, and a lovely shot into the covers by Greg Hoisted there.
Yeah, men shed in white, so
yeah, well, I think as Stenny said this morning there when I was having a chat with him, he said men shed with balls. So.
Okay. I've on a little sort of private crusade. I think we should have a motto. I think the motto should be, "Who wouldn't be us?"
That's right, absolutely. I mean, why wouldn't you be out here doing this? And I've had people say to me, "Why do you keep playing?" I said, "Well, because I can, and one day I won't be able to."
Yeah, well, it's not just that. I think I don't know about you, but when I stopped playing cricket, I started playing golf. So the reality is, I quite like golf, but I love cricket. And when you given this opportunity, it's a game with all of them, I'm sure.
That's pretty much the same as me. I think Sterling got that right this morning. You either fall in love with the game or you don't. If you do, you want to play it forever. And I've been extremely fortunate over my time. I started playing when I was 8, and I haven't missed a season since. So it's, and whilst I haven't played the full season of every one of those, I've played most.
It's impressive.
Because I just love playing the game.
Yeah, no, we all do.
So Australia's chasing 172, I think it is here, Murray, or 176.
Check that. That's a good shot.
No, we're chasing 173. We're in the third over, none for 5. We've got Greg Hoisted from Victoria. He's on strike at the moment. We've got Doc Richardson from Tasmania. Doc has been in the Australian side for a couple of years now, 3 or 4 years as far as I'm aware.
Yes, no, I remember Doc's first game. It was in the third game against Adelaide in 2016.
Right, okay, so he's been in the Australian side or thereabouts for the last 6 years.
Yeah,
and this is Greg's first
it is.
First run in the Australian side.
It is. Greg's a boy from Benalla, if I'm not wrong. He's comes with a big reputation. Greg, he's a big man. He's got a big reputation as well.
Yeah, well, I opened with him in one of the practice games, and he hits the ball extremely hard.
He does.
And for a big man, he runs extremely well between the wickets.
Yes. Now, one of the benefits of the doc's not called the doc for nothing. He is a general practitioner down in Tasmania, and been lucky enough to. Lovely cover drive, by the way, which has just been pulled up just short of the boundary. I've been lucky enough to go on tours to England twice, once in 2017, once in 2019 with the doc.
Right.
When you go on tour with the doc, it gets a lot of work, I can assure you. There's injections into the knees, there's all sorts of
He's got a bit this week as well. One of the boys had an issue with a knee and they ended up with a cortisone injection in the knee.
Yep.
So it's the benefits of having a dog on board with him.
Yes, no, he's a very good man, a very useful man, a good cricketer too, by the way.
Yeah, very good cricketer. I was told, probably one of the better bats in over 60s over the last several years.
Well, absolutely. The last two things in 2019, the second test, second of the Grey Ashes, we made 100 not out.
Right.
Which is the first 100 in a game against England for Australia.
Was it? Right. Well, that's a really good effort. For that to be the case. I'm just pulling up a scorecard here at the moment, see if I can get an Australian. Australian innings up, and we're currently done for 8 after 4 overs. That's a lovely shot into the covers, but it's fielded and there's no run. Bowling from this from this end for the Canadians is Danny Swidas, and he's bowling to Greg Hoisted at the northern end. So,
Sorry, well, I'm going to ask you a question. You've come through the 50s ranks. This is your first 60s tournament, isn't it?
it is my first 60s tournament.
How do you find that jump?
Look, I was only saying to the boys the other day, I'd love to have this 60s team here have a game against the 50s Australian side. I don't think we'd go too bad. I mean, yeah, I started in the 50s when that Sterling started that in Sydney in 2016.
Yep.
Swidas again into Hoisted, who turns this one around the corner. They should pick up 2 here. Richardson is good between the wickets. They may even get 3. Doc turns now, and no, they're going to call it off there. That's quite a good throw back from deep fine leg. So 2 to Hoisted. So I started off in 2016. Was fortunate enough, as the viewers have probably heard already this morning, because a couple of people have asked the same question, but I was fortunate enough to go to New Zealand with the Australian side there, and I've played quite a number of games for Queensland. And the standard, though, is what I'm noticing is getting so much better. I think I made the comment in 2018 after we'd come back from New Zealand. I'm glad I got picked now, because I might not get picked again because of the 48, 49-year-olds coming into 50s cricket, and I'm still playing over 50s as Swidas again moves in and bowls to Hoisted, moving back just down the wicket, and it's fielded by the bowler. The standard is improving every year, and there's more and more guys interested, and that obviously shows that we've got 4,000 best cricketers. I think the 50s. Swidas moves in again now, bowls to Hoisted. Hoisted pushes to wide mid-off, and it's fielded with no run. The 50s National Carnival, which is being held in Adelaide, as you would be well aware, this in November, Queensland nominated 8 teams and ended up with 130 nominations. So there's a number of guys still missed out that wanted to go. So that's the benefit of 50s cricket. It's just getting so competitive.
Yes, well, the issue for the all in veterans cricket really is how do we deal with the growth, and particularly our nationals have been growing now for a number of years, and they're getting to the point where they're too big. There's not very many venues that can do what Adelaide are doing for the 50s, where you've got, I think, 44 teams going. 44 teams going to Geelong in the 60s in the Nationals. 44 teams playing cricket means 22 grounds, and
that's right, and that's a lot of organisation, a lot of turf wickets to get ready, and And you know, I mean, hopefully everybody can get a hit on turf. I mean, I'm sure there's probably going to be a couple of synthetic grounds in Adelaide.
Yeah, no, it's, what becomes an issue for us as to how we, just going forward, whether you start looking at breakups of the age groups, you know, go to over 55s, over 65s.
Yeah, that or I think as you and I might have mentioned or spoke about through the week, is whether we go a Div 1, 2 comp and then a comp with the others, so that everybody gets the opportunity to go and represent their state.
Yes.
And it doesn't really matter what that level is. While everybody aspires to be in the Div 1 side, I mean, you know, the realities are like anything else. It doesn't matter when you play this game. I mean, there's 11 blokes there.
No, but I can assure you though that you know, Division 4 and 5, the guys are still pretty competitive.
Oh no, they're competitive.
They're not mucking about.
No. There's certainly no hit and giggle, that's for sure. And nicely turned around the corner by Hoystead for no run.
But it is, as you say, that is one of the solutions that's been looked at as a split between a more elite and a more participatory.
Yeah.
But that's all being discussed at the minute. We haven't got any conclusions on that.
No, and we need to work it out so that we can continue to grow the sport.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I don't know anybody who plays who doesn't want to play representative cricket.
No.
You know, and I think one of the other things that we have to try and work out along the way is a way to get some funding.
Yeah, no, those things being looked at. There's been some success with sponsorship at the VCA level recently. We've got, of course, Kings Road Sports in Sydney and area. It's come on board, 16 on board this.
Harry Solomon in Sydney, who is a huge sponsor of a lot of levels of cricket, from emerging first graders to state and national cricketers.
No, we're very grateful to Harry. He's a great supporter. Still is.
And then the new ones that we've got as well, as you say, 6T and Kookaburra, and the more of those we can get on board, the better.
Yes, no, indeed. I think the question about venues for national championships is the issue. We have a rotation policy going on the state.
Right.
The state finds some of the venues, some of the local councils are saying, well, we can do a lot for you if you come back here every year for a period.
Well, it's the tourism, isn't it? I mean, if you've got 44 sides?
44 sides.
You've got 44 sides. I mean, there's 440 or 500 people just in players.
Yeah.
And most players take wives and other supporters.
When you have the final event at the end of the tournament, you need a big venue. I've got to tell you, it's like 1,000 people.
And I think the final, the event at the end of this one, I think is in the fourth quarter, isn't it, here on the Sunny Coast?
As I understand it.
Lovely shot by Greg Hoystead, threw it off. Won't get all the way to the boundary. It's going to be chased down about 10 metres inside. The relay throw back to the bowler. It looks like it might be 3 relays. This one, no. And they get 2.
Greg might be starting to get the most of the wicket.
It looks like he is. He's on the front foot and coming towards it. I played against Danny there last week, and he does throw the ball up nicely to you, and if you're prepared to get on the front foot.
Yep.
Lovely clip around the corner, back to backward square, and Greg will get another single here. And also like the likes of the Alexander Headland Sports Club, Surf Club, done a fantastic job for us and provided the facilities for our opening ceremony. And
I don't think you can say enough about the organising committee up here. They've just done a sterling job. All the volunteers been very good.
It's a lovely shot by Doc Richardson through just behind point, and he'll get a single for that one. So Australia now have moved to none for 20 off 6 overs.
A bit slow, but starting to get the feel of the pitch, I think.
Plenty of time. Get set. And, once you get set, make the most of it. That's a lovely shot through just forward of point. There's a sweeper out there, though, on the boundary, and or 3/4 of the way to the boundary. That's just stopping those balls going for 4.
That feels like cricket today, though, isn't it?
The outfield, well, there was no dew this morning, so it was very dry, and the wickets are dry. So while we're here also, Murray, we've got behind us, and he's going to come and join us, Mel Johnson.
Mel Johnson.
Come on, bring your chair up here, Mel.
Let me vacate the seat. That's all yours, Mel. Easier said than done.
You right, mate?
Yeah, I am here. Right.
So, for those viewers that don't know, Mel's an international umpire and umpired for a long time. So, welcome this afternoon to the grand final or the minor grand final for the 3-4 position between Australia and Canada. And appreciate you coming down and having a chat.
Oh, I'd love to. Yeah, that's good.
So, Mel, from your perspective and your experience, I mean, what do you think of the concept?
I've been part of this since the Cooper Finlay group. We went to Tenterfield. Lou Cooper, the late Lou Cooper, invited me down there. He said, "Why don't you come down to Tenterfield?" And he said, "We've got this over 60 thing going, Queensland versus New South Wales, Northern New South Wales, Armidale, Tenterfield, etc." I said, "Do I have to umpire?" He said, No. And I said, "Oh, it's good, so I'll come down, I'll do what I can." And I wasn't there 5 minutes. I said,
Right, yeah.
I knew that, but I enjoyed it, and it was good fun. It was going from, I think there were 3 teams. It was a composite team made up of Tenterfield, Armidale people, and the second Queensland side. I think there were 4 teams playing, 2 real teams playing.
Right.
And that was the over 60s, so that's where it started. That's where the whole thing started.
Right, and so for those that don't know, I mean, the Cooper Finlay, put together by Lou Cooper and
I think it was Peter
Finlay from New South Wales. So it's essentially a state of origin between Queensland and New South Wales. The games are played, and they've actually brought those games in and included the over 50s as well as the over 60s now.
They did, yes, eventually, yeah. Yeah, no, the whole thing is just squeaky clean. There's no idiots amongst them. They're all squeaky clean, and they do things right. To the nth degree and everything else. I mean, I've never been part of the organising committee, but I've always been asked to come and be a match referee.
Right.
At these things, which is or something.
Yeah. And you're the tournament referee for this over 60s World Cup.
Yes, I am.
And so hasn't been too much work on your behalf while you've been?
Just a couple of little things like substitutes, which
right.
Really were nothing. But maybe calling for runners when not absolutely necessary.
Right.
But no, you don't get too much trouble with it.
No, right. I might just, while we're talking on substitutes and things like that for viewers, I mean, they're 45 over games and there's still only 12 players. We play it the same as any other cricketers played. So you've got 12 players, so you can only have one substitute on the field, and that substitute can't bowl or can't bat. 12 men.
Yes, that's the way it works. Although, one of the things was, and it probably shows what this carnival's all about. But, I think it was Wales keeper, but it was Wales keeper while he was playing, and he had to come off. Asked the other side, they said, "Why if we put our second string, we can keep on." It wasn't part of the original 12. We put him on because he hasn't had a game yet. The other side agreed, there was no problem whatsoever. Until things got a little bit tight.
A bit tight at the end.
And then they started to complain, that's what I came in. Both agreed to it.
You've agreed to it?
It's all over, it's finished.
Look, it's funny you say that because, I mean, it's one of my things that I say, and it's me, it's not anybody. When a batsman drops the ball at his feet and he bends over and picks it up, I mean, I prefer batsmen to leave it alone because you get towards the end of the innings and they want to take a short run. He's dropped the ball in the same place where previously he's picked it up, and the opposition side are waiting for it, and it can cause some contention. I mean, I no doubt you have seen some of that along the way.
always believe that the ball is the property of the fielding side. They often pay for it, so it is their ball. You leave it alone when you're back.
Right, well, that's my opinion as well. For those reasons, that it doesn't cause any argument towards the end of an innings when there's some short singles wanting to be run.
Exactly right. Yes.
And I always figured you can make the fielders bend over more times than they can, and it's better for you as the batting side.
I never thought of that, but anyway.
Make them do the work and don't you do it for them. Australia going along nicely here, and Hoysted's just pushed another one out past cover point for another single. And Australia now 23 for the loss of no wickets after 8 overs. We're into the 9th over. So we'll just have this Canadian bowler, I'm not sure of his name at the moment, I'll find out, comes in and bowls to Richardson. A nice single there, it's pushed out to mid-on, and the ball's underarm back to the keeper. Mel, in your umpiring career, no doubt you would have seen a few things that were interesting and had a few discussions with players that needed to be brought back into line. So, any notable ones?
Oh, there's a few that I've the Shield final in Perth, Queensland played WA, the first time Queensland was in the final, and Harry Fry was bowling to Dennis Lilly. Dennis Lilly had to bat him in a barbed wire cage, otherwise he'd back out and would be absolutely terrified of the short ball.
Right.
And Harry Fry was trying to bounce him and all the rest, and there was a bit of banter going on between the pair of them. Harry walked back past me and he said, "It's worth 2 games to jog this Brent Melbourne." I said, "Oh, I suppose I better do something there." So I grabbed a pair of them and took it. Dennis came over here and I took him out to mid-wicket. So I think that's neutral ground. So
yep.
I took him out there and said, "Harry, do you know how Dennis feels about you?" He said, "Yes." "Dennis, do you know how Harry feels about you?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Well, no, they keep on telling each other. Just shut up from now on." And he says, "Yeah, okay, right, that's all right." As they're parting, Dennis says to Harry, he says, "How many bloody VFL games did you play?" Because Harry used to play AFL there.
Yep.
And Harry said, "I'd have played more, only I was suspended for hitting people." And they, to their credit, they started their
right.
The other one, I guess, there's kind of talking about replays, army umpires and all the rest of it. Australia was playing India, and in the early 80s the Melbourne cricket pitch was, I wrote in my report, I said better rains in Western Queensland and what they were Martin I never did another test of I didn't worry a great deal, but it was rubble. They used to take the top off and it was rubble.
Yeah.
And I don't know who there was left-arm spinner from India. It wasn't Bosch, but a left-arm spinner from to Alan Border when he batted at 6. The Border's gone down to sweep the ball. There's a flurry of pebbles and rubbish and everything else all around the place. And at the end of it all, there's one bale laying on the ground. Just one bale. Because the Indians don't mind an appeal. They don't mind appealing, so they look at it and go, hey. So I didn't know. I didn't have a clue what happened. All I knew was that the wicketkeeper didn't take it cleanly. I knew that the wicketkeeper had stumped him. I knew he wasn't out that way or whatever. My partner, Rex Whitehead, at the other end, he's unsigned and he didn't know what was going on. So we got together and Rex said, "What do you reckon we should do?" And I said, "I'm going to get him out." And so I turned around to Alan Border and I said, "Round, mate." He said, "How?" So we don't know this one.
Yeah, right. I'll bet that got a response.
And to his credit, he just put the man over his arm.
So he must have known that his foot probably slipped back and touched the stump or something.
No, this is where it comes in handy for an umpire. That a little bit of time's elapsed, and because he batted at 6, Marsh was the next bloke in, so he's still a left-hander, so I'm still out that side of the wicket from the old Melbourne cricket ground when they came out. So as they came out, I said to Marsh, "What happened there?" He said, "Oh, he said, just hit the leg stump, just touch the leg stump." Really? Touch the leg stump.
Well, because Marsh had seen it on the replay, obviously, as he was before he was coming out.
So we're going up the race, and the usual journos and everybody else is hanging around the place. One of them said, "Yeah, a fair bit of controversy about Border's dismissal." I said, "No controversy, not whatsoever." I said, "Quite clearly out bowl, Master wouldn't walk." Exactly.
You're happy as Larry.
Good. So I mean, the look, technology's good.
Technology.
Have we gone too far
Technology,
with
I think, has
the
got to-
technology
it's got to
in
be-
umpiring now?
We've gone too far because it's all right in straight lines. Remember that the camera is only 2D, it's not 3D, and that's a very important part of this whole thing about it. We did a thing with the cameras, Darryl Hare was the bloke who did it, and finished umpiring by then, but Darryl Hare did it. He was convinced that if they hit the ball out in the covers, they hit the ball anywhere, and then appealed and said no, it didn't carry. Every time it would look as if it didn't carry, and we knew that it was, so they did an experiment in Sydney with it, and turned out that because it's only 2D, at certain camera angles, it looks as if the ball is bouncing, but in fact it was only the shadow that we were seeing bouncing. And, so in that regard, no, it's no good. In that regard, it's no good because it's just not the ball.
Yeah.
So in that regard, it's good. I think what's the thing? Success with the LBW.
The LBW, yeah, the DRS, yeah.
What do they call that? Magic hawk?
Ball tracker.
Hawk. Well, we think that's a cartoon character.
Yeah.
Because it can do anything they want it to do. And it really is just...
Well, as I've always said, I mean, how many times have you seen the ball, it goes past the batsman and you go, how did that miss the stumps?
Yeah.
And if it was hitting on the pad, you'd be shouting and telling the umpire he was a clown because he didn't give it out.
Yep.
You know, so I think my father said to me when I was a kid, and first learning to do a bit of umpiring, he said, here's a good rule. He said, 99 out of 100 LBW is not out. He said, you'd be right 4 times and you're wrong.
That's true. That's true. When you've got to give the bowler the credit for beating the bat and all the rest of the piece, but there is a very distinct set of laws that 4 things that you've got to be satisfied before you can give a bloke out LBW.
Right.
And basically that thing that whatever it's called, it kind of settles on 1 or 2 things, but it doesn't actually show you where he got hit.
No.
When there's an old adage in umpiring, it's been on for years. If you can see 2 stumps behind the bloke when he gets hit, he's not out.
Right.
Because he's got to be missing the stumps or he's got to get outside them.
Right.
It means absolutely nothing to all guy. You can see 3 stumps and they say the ball's still hitting the stumps. So it's rubbish. So when it becomes 3D, I think it'll be a big difference, but not in 2D.
So to become 3D, you really need to put a tracking device inside the ball that they can track in real time.
That's what they're trying to do.
Oh, are they? Yeah, okay.
They're
Right.
trying to do that, yeah.
How much harder does it make it for the umpires, or are the umpires finding it better that they can go to a review?
I don't know. I've never been under that system when I never had match referees either, which I think is a good thing. Even though I'm a tournament referee for this, I think match referees have been a real problem to cricket as a general overall thing.
Right.
No longer have we got any characters.
Yeah.
Because match referee can't be out. As soon as the rating might be something a little bit different, the match referee wants to hide it to justify his position as being a match referee. He's looking for things that are so we're not going to see the Dennis Lillies or all those blokes. They're just characters. I mean, me and Dad, he'd do his whole pay.
He wouldn't make any money out of it.
He'd do his whole
Well, he was
pay.
going to hit Lily that time, I think, if I remember rightly.
Lily kicked him in the leg.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, he was going to hit Lily with a bat. You were square leg for that one.
But they were trying to hit. Australians were trying to hit me and Dad behind the legs where his hands were. So every time he was running, it didn't matter whether he was they were throwing at his legs.
Right.
The whole bloody time, because one head to another, and all the rest of it. Rick Chapman called out to me from first. And he said, "What are we going to do, Mel?" I said, "Let them fight. We'll get rid of the mirror."
Oh, well, that's good. So you've certainly seen some change over the years in cricket, in the way cricket's played.
This is real cricket. This
Right.
This is what I regard as real cricket.
Okay. Yep.
It's 2 sides trying their guts out, and really putting in everything that they can possibly can. At the end of the day, and even during the day, they're congratulating each other and making sure each other's well. Fitness is okay, all the rest of it. So, I mean, these other blokes, they're going to do this as long as the dollars are coming in.
Yeah, right.
So I think that's the biggest thing. How long do you retire at 31 to follow a career? You try and get kicked down, try and not get kicked down till you're 38.
And then go play IPL.
All that. But yeah, good luck to them. That's what they're good at. They should be made.
So the
sounds like a new advertisement for professional cricket. This is real cricket.
Yeah, it is. Well, it is.
None of this other stuff.
Yeah, it is real.
no, that's right too, Murray. And I mean, what Mel's saying is exactly how it happens, you know, on the field. And you know, we are looking out for each other. I mean, in yesterday's game against Pakistan, I think it was the keeper who was batting at the time, batted right through until the end. He's actually got a groin tear. And he batted the last 15 overs, and when he did it for a start, I walked past him and I said, mate, are you okay? And you know, you really need to get something done with that. I wish I'd talked him into going off. I'd retire and hurt, but he didn't. But yeah, no, that's right. We're looking out for each other. So that's a nice shot by Hoisted behind point out to third man. I think that might reach the boundary, and it has. 4 more to Hoisted. Australia now go to 33 for the loss of no wicket off 12 overs. And we'll have a look here and we'll see how many Hoisted is after that one. We'll get some. He's 18 off 36 balls, and Doc Richardson's 12 off 37. One of the things is, in this cricket, it's not a huge amount about the balls faced. I mean, yes, we do want to keep the score turning over, but we find that as we get a bit deeper into the innings, the score starts to catch up with the balls faced. There's, you know, a lot of these wickets do a little bit with the new ball.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically, you're playing on a 5th day test wicket.
Essentially, that's right.
That's true. They started off nice and hard, I would imagine, and then gradually after 6 or 7 days of playing, I know it's not the same wicket, but in the same square.
Yep. And they haven't had a lot of water on them in that time. That's right.
No, they haven't.
And but yeah, it was nice. I had a look at the wicket this morning before the game started, and it was nice and hard out there. So one would think that it'll dry out a little more through the day. It's a nice quick run by Richardson here, and a throw back at the bowler's end has missed the stumps and backed up nicely by the Canadians.
It's also this year, it's not just the 5th day test wicket. I mean, we've had, 6 games in 7 days or 8 days. Some of these blokes are going well over there.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right, I think.
They really need to, well, they all do, but in particular, Andina. I mean, just a magnificent effort on their 2 wickets.
Fantastic facility.
Ground and facilities, they can't do enough for you. The people up there, and they're all volunteers.
The whole lot of them are volunteers. They've done, they have. I mean,
terrific. I spent the last 4 days up there.
Right.
Because I couldn't get accommodation here because of the triathlon.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I went to Nambour and stayed at Nambour, kept going out to the Andina, which is I enjoyed immensely.
Good wickets there too.
That's what I'm saying. The wickets, the outfield, the whole thing is good.
So you can go for
I saw a tie yesterday.
a tie, yeah.
That's about as good as you're getting it.
that would have done us yesterday.
Yes, no, indeed. We're not talking about yesterday, are we?
No. But, so I mean, look, thanks very much, Mel, for coming down and having a chat.
Not many people ask me these days because they say Mel in.
Yeah, no, that's one of the things. I guess
you're a legend airlines.
Yeah, mate, that's right. I mean,
I retired in 1988, so that's 22, 12. Blacks have got to be
30 years now.
Over 40.
No, that's right. And, look, it's just good to have somebody of your calibre around to have a chat to, and you're the tournament referee, and it's good to have. No, but if there ever is, then you can do it. So thanks very much for your time this afternoon to watch that. Okay. Thanks, Mel.
Nice to meet you.
right?
Yeah, once I start moving.
So thanks to Mel Johnson for coming and joining us there this afternoon, and it's lovely to have a chat with him. So Australia at the moment are going along nicely here. None for 40 off 13. The score of the rate's starting to get up a little bit now. As bowling to Hoysted has just pushed out to point. So I'm now joined with me here by Bruce Worthington. Bruce is a teammate of mine in this tournament, as well as in our local competition in Queensland. We both play for Wide Bay. So we'll just watch this next ball. Into Hoysted, the ball's just short of a length and is pushed back down to mid-on with no run. So this is Bruce's first international cap in this tournament. So Bruce, how does that make you feel as far as cricket goes?
Well, yeah, it makes me feel really good, really proud. It's been hard work getting here, and it's been an enjoyable week.
Right, yeah, no. And look, I mean, I've seen your work over the 3 seasons that we've played, or 4 seasons that we've played together, and you know, you do put in the work, you do put in the fitness work, and you bowl extremely well. So, what's your perspective on the week so far?
Oh, it's been a tremendous tournament. It's the organisation of the whole tournament is fantastic. To reschedule everything after the rain problems we had, getting the grounds up, umpires, volunteers, fantastic.
No, that's good. I mean, I certainly agree with that there. I mean, as far as the tournament goes, I mean, the entire organising staff's done a fantastic job, and the ground staff and everybody else to get the grounds in condition, the pitch in condition that it is, and it's good to see.
Consistency. I'm talking to the umpires out on the field earlier, and throughout they've been consistent with how they call wides, decisions made. There's been no difference, no real standout. They've all done a fantastic job. The 2 guys we've got here today have come over from New Zealand, and that's tremendous in itself.
It is, and Evan, who's umpiring here at the southern end, I mean, is actually a test umpire as well.
Right.
He done a number of tests, so that's the level of umpiring that we've got here at the moment. And it makes for a really good tournament, because consistency in umpiring is all you ask for.
Yes.
I mean, no, I think it was the keepers just knocked the bails off there as Doc Richardson pushes forward to 1, and Australia are still none for 40 or 14, or in the 15th over. So Bruce, your journey to over 60 selection, we'll just wait until this ball goes through. Has just played forward there, forward defensive shot by Richardson, and it's picked up in the covers.
It's a similar one to yours, Al. We played in the first High 50s Championship in Sydney back in 2016, and then on to Orange and Brisbane. Get a bit older and we're into over 60s. I'm still playing club cricket in Bundaberg. That's kept me pretty sharp with some skills.
Yep.
This is fantastic. I'm looking forward to the national championships in the bowling.
That's right, and that'll be good as Richardson turns one around the corner to backward square. It's fielded down there. They go through for a single. Takes the score along to 41, and we're coming up on a drinks break here in a moment. And with Australia starting to put some runs together, and the run rate is increasing a little. So that's the end of the 15th over. We'll come off for drinks, and we'll continue our chat with Bruce here. So where do you see it going from here, Bruce?
Personally,
yeah, well, cricket.
Going to keep playing. Club commitments back in Bundy start on Saturday. I'm going to have a rest day.
Oh, start this Saturday.
They start this Saturday.
Comp starts this Saturday, right?
So I told the
And are
club,
you playing, what division are you playing up there? Are you playing first grade?
I'll be playing first grade.
Right?
But, I think the body needs a bit of a rest. Just the body and the mind needs a bit of a rest after the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, right.
So I might have a couple of weeks off to get back into it.
Right.
In Bundy. See how it goes. Hopefully the body's alright. I've had a few back problems recently, but
Right.
which I've had to do a lot of work on to get here. Just got to monitor that. Keep working at it, I think, to keep on the cricket field.
Yes, and that is certainly something that everybody I've spoken to today has said. It's about managing your body and making sure you stay fit enough to be able to continue to play. As we're coming towards the end of the drinks break here at the moment, and Australia at none for 41, and you're playing today, Bruce. How did your bowling go out there today?
Very happy with bowling today.
Right.
I was a bit stiff to start with. I've been chasing the ball a bit, doing a bit of boundary riding before it came on, so I was a little bit tired when I started. I thought I was going to struggle to complete the spell, but I just got into rhythm.
Right.
And the first 3 overs I felt tired, and then it just clicked. It came out beautifully. Slowed everything down.
Right, that's good to see, and yes, we were commentating on your throws from the boundary. I mean, you've probably got one of the strongest arms of everybody that's here, and you're throwing the ball back from the boundary, and we're close to a 50-metre boundary here. That's a pretty good throw for a 60-year-old, mate.
Yeah, I'm very happy it still works. I always have the ball out there. Dropping off the singles.
That's good to see, yeah. So, yesterday wasn't quite the result we were looking for.
No.
Which is
quite as polished as we would have liked to be.
No, but
great game of cricket.
That's the good thing about cricket. You cannot make it happen the way you want it to. I mean, you can go out there, play the game the best of your ability, and it's not always going to. The fairy tales don't always work out.
No. Pakistan came to know that as their manager, and we dragged back. Gave ourselves a real chance at the end.
We did. We got it close, and we just couldn't pull it off. But that's what cricket's all about, and that's why we keep playing.
Yeah.
It is. So we're back out here on the field again now, and we'll have Richardson on strike. Australia will resume after the drinks break here at none for 41, chasing 170, requiring 173 for the win. We move in and bowl. The ball is pitched up to Richardson. He's sweeping. Ball's coming down to fine leg chasing. It's going to be run down before it gets to the boundary, about 10 metres inside. The relay throw back, which is most over 60s players, the relay throw is the fastest way to get the ball back to the keeper.
One of the new skills we have to learn.
That's right. It's actually a little bit difficult too, because somebody's got to meet the fielder halfway.
Yeah.
And Richardson gets another 2. Again, bowls, the ball's pitched up, it's turned around the corner again, the short fine leg, it's picked up back to the keeper, that's close. He's given not out, Hoysted's made his ground, bat on the ground, slid very nicely, and Australia pick up another. So the boys are going well here, Bruce?
Yes. Yeah,
what you're expecting to see?
Ticking it along. They need to pick up the pace as they go along, but
instructions from the skipper.
Yeah.
Something we've done in the past during the tournament.
Again, the ball short, it's dropped at forward square leg. Hoysted given a chance there. He's hit the ball fairly well, and it's hit the fielder in the midriff, but he has put it down. In approaches the stumps, bowls, hoisted over the top of long on. Ball's running out towards the boundary. It was high. I don't think it'll run. They'll pick up 2 from it. So, just been told, instructions from the skipper, that we need to get on with this game and get the scoring rate up. So the boys have been there for 15. They're both set. In this time, the ball's just turned around a forward square leg and it's no run. In bowls, it's short. It's hit round the corner this time, down past backward square. This should run to the boundary. As the ball crosses the rope now, and that's 4 more to hoisted. The score on to 50. That's Australia's 50 off in the 16th over. Very good. So that's a better over by Australia.
Where is Kari?
There we go, the ball's pitched up, just goes back down to a wide, deep third slip, and no run to Richardson. So Bruce, I see you've got a couple of books. We'll just wait till after this ball here. The bowler moves in now, bowls. The ball's short of a length, off the back foot. Richardson pushes back out to mid on, a throw at the stumps, misses, no run. So Bruce, I see you've picked up a couple of books there, and there's something you'd like to share with us there?
Something I think you were talking about on commentary earlier, about the game and staying healthy.
Right.
These are 3 books that have contributed to getting better here.
Right, yeah, okay.
One was to help my anxiety level.
Right.
Called Change Your Thinking.
Right.
So it gives a lot of good ideas how to.
A lovely shot there by Richardson out through mid-wicket. They're going to pick up a couple here. Maybe a third. No, they'll settle for 2 as the ball's picked up now. It's returned via the relay throw again and back to the bowler's end.
Yeah, I've started doing is stopping it just slowing things down.
Again, and Richardson hits this over the top of mid-wicket. That'll go out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. A lovely shot there by Doc. And so the boys have taken heed of the skipper's instructions, and the scoring rate's increased. Sorry, Bruce.
That's all right. Cricket's important there. Yeah, just about getting through the ball better.
Right. Well,
just breathing into the runner.
Right, that's very good. I mean, another thing that I know, and we'll just wait for this ball to go through. Richardson facing on the northern end. The ball's pitched up. It's just turned around the corner into a short backward square. The keeper runs out to retrieve the ball, and the batsman go through for a single. Australia now none for 56 in the 17th over. Hypnosis is something that I know that works really well. And it's with your thought process and getting through things like that. Have you ever tried any hypnosis? Right. It is a technique to certainly improve your thinking and certainly improve your mindset with how that works. But what are the other books that you've got there, Bruce?
One's called Eat Like an Athlete.
Right.
I got this because I lost a lot of weight. Always hungry. see what I needed to do if I was doing so a lot of this, you did have to read the whole book. I think I have over time, just pulling out the bullet points of what's applicable to me.
Right.
From a snack to food, recovery art of sport. The author of this book, like an athlete worked in the Australian cricket team back in the modern days.
Right, okay. So in there'd be a chapter on drinking more rum helps your performance, I imagine, does it?
Might be there somewhere, but I haven't found that one yet. But I shared a challenge with Adam Gilchrist.
Right.
Wicket keeping for 50 overs and then going over the bat to keep Norman's fluid levels and to keep him healthy to go out and do it again.
Right. So you certainly believe that they benefited your progress into getting to this level of being a level of fitness that you can play this cricket.
Yeah, definitely.
As the ball struck out through there now to mid-off by Richardson, and the boys will amble through for a single.
Along with the fitness regime, just getting some muscle mass back.
Right.
The weight loss I had. That's definitely
right.
Yeah. Very beneficial.
It's struck nicely by Oyster. They'll go down a long off. There's a fielder back 2/3 of the way to the boundary, and he'll pick the ball up and back to the bowler, and the boys will get through for a single. That takes Australia now to none for 59 in the 18th over. We're bowling from the northern end. In. The ball's up. Oh, nice work by the keeper there, taking one down the leg side. It's been called a wide, but you can still get stumped off a wide. So no doubt with your bowling, Bruce, you'll use that ploy from time to time, will you, to see if you can get a leg side stumping off a wide?
From time to time. I got a mate of mine in Bundy a few years ago.
Right, okay.
Young Laurie.
Young Laurie.
Leg side wide and a decent keeper.
Yep.
And he wasn't happy.
No, I don't imagine he would have been.
He's a friend of mine, so we'll have a laugh about it.
Yeah, no, he's a nice bloke, Laurie. I know him well, as you're aware, and yes, I'm sure he will have been happy with that. As the bowler moves into the bowl. The ball's pitched up, Richardson pushing forward out to mid-wicket, no run. So they've done well to contain the scoring again in this over a little. So Canada are putting on a fair effort here.
Yes. They bowled well in the first ball game we played against them.
Yep.
Well today.
So we're 113 runs behind, and 112 runs behind. None for 60 off 18, going into the 19th over. Yeah, I'd love to have a chat with him if he wants to. Thanks very much for your time this afternoon, Bruce, and enjoy the rest of the game.
Yeah, thanks for the chat.
I know, no doubt we'll see each other again next season.
Yes. Right.
So we'll get back to the cricket here again, guys, and coming into the 19th over, Australia trailed by 112 runs. I mean, on target to get this total of 173 by Canada, and Canada did extremely well this morning to bat and get to 173. The Australian attack is pretty good. So we're certainly going to make a game out of this. Bowler will be in from the southern end, and I do apologise, I don't know all the Canadian players. Now moves in and bowls. This ball's pitched up on leg stump. It's turned around the corner by Hoisted and out to backward square, where it's picked up underarm back to the fielder at mid on and back to the bowler. The Australians sneak through for another single. None for 61 in the 19th. Bowler moves in, bowls. It's pitched up to Richardson. He tries to turn it round the corner and just misses getting bat on ball, and it comes off the pad and it's picked up by the keeper. move-in bowls. The ball's just short of a length. It's pushed back to backward point. And no run. So I've now been joined by the Canadian team's manager, and we haven't met, so accent. And my name is Alan, so really appreciate you coming and spending some time with us here. As you're aware, the Frogbox Live view is going to whoever wants to watch it on anywhere in the world. And so, how have you found the tournament?
So far, the tournament is fantastic. It's a great organization by the VCA and Queensland Cricket Association. You guys have done really fantastic work, like mentioning the great grounds, the facilities, right, for the players. And this is what, like, the international cricket needs, right?
Absolutely.
And it is now, like, when we are talking about all the seniors cricket development across the globe, so this is playing a very long for the growth of senior cricket going forward.
No, it's good. And look, I mean, it's great to see. You don't think of Canada as we bowl again now. Richardson hits over the top of mid-on. The ball's running out towards the boundary. It's not going to get there. Fielder from mid-wicket is going to come around and pick it up about 10 metres in from the boundary. And the relay throw back to the bowler. Australia runs through for 2. And that is it. I mean, you don't think about Canada as a cricketing nation, so to speak. I mean, it's great to see you get a side and get over here to play this World Cup.
Yes. So basically, the Canadian cricket has a very long history.
Right.
Yeah. I think the first game was played in 1800 and I think 85 or something in Montreal. We have that history in Canada. And now, since like all the cricket playing nations across the globe, they are immigrating to Canada. So Canadian cricket itself is growing like exponentially, like coast to coast.
Very good.
We have like all the provinces, they are having their own provincial body, and then the Cricket Canada is the parent body that they are like running very, very great cricket. And recently we were privileged to host the Commonwealth cricket qualifier in Canada. A couple years ago, we hosted like T20 Global T20 in Canada. So back-to-back 2, and they were like huge success because that has like really expanded the awareness in Canada. When I look like I'm coming from the province like Ontario, this is like 33% of the population of Canada live there.
Right.
And we have tremendous facilities. Canada is doing a great job, Ontario is doing a great job, and now we have been sanctioned to like promote seniors cricket in Canada, and CCMC, the Cricket Canada Masters Council, we are like working very hard to promote and develop seniors cricket.
Excellent work, and I mean, I think, in Australia, it's said. I mean, I don't know absolutely for sure that veterans cricket is the fastest growing cricket in Australia. By the sounds of it, that's similar to what's happening in Canada.
Exactly, because we have like a very great leadership team, like David Muhammad, our president of Cricket Canada Masters Council, supported by Rohan Jayasekara. Then we have like 2 veterans cricketers, Vince Kuraya, we have Nazim Bakas, myself, we are at the National Executive Committee, supported by all the provincial body.
Right.
So that way, like we are like working together in a very collaborative manner to like expand the seniors cricket.
Very, very good.
300 teams in Toronto, correct?
Yes, it's closer to like so various formats. So we are not only we are playing just seniors cricket. We have like
a lovely shot by Hoist down out through back.
T20, like various formats we played. And then we have like local leagues also there, right? Toronto, yes.
So look, as in Australia, I mean, we've seen that the more players that become involved in senior veterans cricket, the stronger the competition gets, and the more competitive the competition gets. Which, I mean, I'm watching you guys play out here. I mean, this is the second time that you've played Australia in this tournament.
Yes.
And just the change over the time of the tournament itself. I mean, you're playing very well as a team, and so you must be happy with that from a manager's point of view.
Yeah, as a manager's point of view, yes, I'm happy with the boys that they have put in tremendous efforts, and when you the only proud that I take that we are in the top 4 out of 12 countries, right?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
That's the incredible cricket being played by all the boys. The only thing we missed by very in a close game yesterday against New Zealand, but other than that, yeah.
Well, that's right. I mean, had you beaten New Zealand yesterday, you'd be playing in the final tomorrow.
Yeah, but it was unfortunate, right? So, and then cricket is a game, right? So you can't count anything. Every ball is changing dynamics, right, in the game of cricket. Yeah. So we have to be very,
That's right. A couple of wickets changes things dramatically. You know what I mean? Exactly. Even though Australia's going along nicely here at the moment. I mean, and we're none for getting up towards 70 odd now by the looks of that. None for 68. And but a couple of wickets can change things.
The same thing happened with us. Our opening partnership for both the games was closer to around 60 plus.
Yeah.
And then the middle order call-up. So that put us in very very kind of situation not to score to put more runs on the board.
Right.
So yeah, that is the dynamics of cricket.
Yeah. That is true. But we're seeing a good game out here today, and I mean it's competitive by both sides.
But especially the Cricket Canada Masters Council, we are running our Ontario the Masters League. So we started in 2019.
Right.
And since then, we are growing every year in terms of the membership, in terms of the participation from the different provinces. And for this tournament, we ran the national track. So we shortlisted almost 39 players from the total league.
Right.
For over 60s, and we ran 3 days national track. And we have autonomous and independent selection committee. So they selected the squad. They picked up the squad, and then the boys are here.
Very good, and it's so wonderful to see.
Yeah.
And I mean, because it has been a difficult couple of years for international travel and things like that with the coronavirus pandemic and that around the world, and it's certainly been difficult for players to be able to get and play cricket as well.
Yeah.
But speaking to a few people here who are probably, have some sort of idea what's going on with veterans cricket, and I hear that Canada's put their hand up to want to host a World Cup, either the next one or the one after, or something along those lines. If that was to happen, where would they hold that in Canada?
So, we have already submitted our hosting proposal to the World Cup committee here, and
I heard, I'm sorry to interrupt you, I heard you've got a supporting letter from Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada. Is that the case?
So the entire all the federal body, then the provincial leadership, and all the municipal corporation, all the mayors and all are supporting us when it comes to the facility and the other collateral sports. So that will that boosts up our confidence, how. And then we submitted our hosting proposal, and we hope that if we win this bid, all the seniors will have a fantastic time in Toronto.
Oh, for sure.
In 2024.
And look, I wish you guys all of the luck in that bid, and I certainly think that Canada would do an impressive job of putting that on. I mean, they certainly have the facilities to be able to do that by the sounds of it.
Yeah, exactly. And see the best part, that all the senior cricketers, they have a big vision for the cricket promotion. Not only about the seniors cricket. You see Coach Farooq Kirwani, he's a national coach, he's playing here. The Mukesh, the captain, he was the national coach for Canada. The Krishna Ramanares, he didn't play like the first class cricket, but like he played like a lot of international cricket.
Yeah.
And he, I think, has already taken 250 plus wickets.
Right. So you've got a lot of you've got a lot of experience in this
Yes.
side and backing within the Canadian veterans cricket.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. That's really good to see. Canada's slowed Australia's scoring down just a little bit here over the last couple of overs since you've been here talking.
Yeah.
I mean, what's Australia now?
It took like little pressure on the batsman. And like the wickets at this point.
That's right. Australia's going along nicely though. It's done for 72 off 20. What are we? 21 overs. We're into the 22nd over, but you know, it's the scoring rate slowed up a little in the last 2 to 3 overs.
Around 3.25 something.
It's a nice shot by Richardson. He's off the back foot, back through mid-wicket. It's picked up out at wide mid-wicket by the fielder and back to the bowler. And Richardson picks up 2. And that takes him now, let me find that scorecard, to 33. So we've got Richardson on 33, Hoisted on 32. Australia none for 72 in the 23rd. In this time it's turned around to backward square, and Richardson goes through for a single.
So your opening pair is like batting pretty well.
They are. They're batting well again now. The rate's back up again. So you guys are travelling home Friday, is that right?
Yes, on 16th. Yeah,
Yep.
the team will go back. Few players they decided to stay.
Right.
So they might be like staying for like a couple more weeks and explore Australia.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. They will be start preparing for the fall.
Yes. That's a nice shot over extra cover, over cover by Hoisted, and it looks like it's going to roll out close to the boundary. It won't. It actually did just make the boundary. So 4 more to Hoisted. And Australia is now none for 79 in the 23rd. Hoisted's on, we'll find that scorecard. Hoisted's gone to 37, Richardson 37.
So now you have a summer season, right?
Yes, now we have a summer season. Now veterans cricket in Queensland, because of the climate, we just got the bowler in again. That's punched through extra cover by Hoisted, and that's out to the boundary for 4. Hoisted goes to 41, Australia, none for 83. Our veterans cricket in Queensland, because of the climate that we have, we play that in the winter. The wickets tend to be a little softer and they hold up a little, so it makes batting a little bit more difficult. But we are moving into the summer season here now, as you're aware, and all of the club cricket starts to. I think club cricket starts in the next week or 2. Gary, on the Sunshine Coast, what are we, a couple of weeks away from the start of summer cricket?
Yeah, they're well and truly in training at the moment, and probably can't play a couple of trial games. They usually play a 2020 pre-season.
Right.
Time fixture on the Sunshine Coast, and then they get into the season proper.
Right, and I see the Scorchers had a game over here, or a practice game on Saturday. That's right.
Yeah.
Right.
So from the Australia perspective, how did you like pick this squad of this over 60s team? Did you go through the national trial?
It does. It does go through nationals, and once again, because of coronavirus, it was a bit more difficult this time to pick because we haven't had any nationals for the last 2 years. So a lot of it's picked on form from the club games that each of the states have been able to play. Western Australia didn't get any players into the Australian side this time around, but they were essentially locked down for 2 years. So we bowl again here. The ball's pitched up, it's hit straight back to the bowler, through the hands, and Richardson picks up another single. The Western Australian government decided that their best policy was to not allow anybody in or not allow anybody out for the whole 2 years, and therefore the guys in Western Australia didn't get a chance to play any cricket. So it made it difficult, and as a result, nobody was picked from Western Australia.
So what is the total membership of veteran cricketers?
So Veterans Cricket, I was talking to Murray Harrison earlier. He's the Vice President of Veterans Cricket Australia. Rod Sims is the president. He unfortunately wasn't able to be here this week. And it's somewhere over 4,500 people. Or 4,500 cricketers in Veterans Cricket.
So that includes age group from 40 to 70?
Yes. No, 50 to 70.
50 to 70. 40 to 70 has been told.
40s, is it? Okay. So I'm certainly not going to argue with our chief scorer, Andy Baldwin, who there's nothing there's not a stat in cricket that he doesn't know. So thanks, Andy. So yeah, that's where we're at with Veterans Cricket.
Do you get any kind of financial support from Australia at this point?
Look, very little at this point in time. I mean, Cricket Australia does sanction. That's a lovely shot by Richardson. It's fielded extremely well by Danny Sudas in the covers, and there's no run. Veterans Cricket sanction the competition, which is good. We still don't get a lot of funding from that area, but I mean the powers that be is as Richardson turns one to mid-wicket, it's fielded out there and returned to the bowler, and the batsman through for a single. But you know, we're obviously lobbying Cricket Australia and all of those areas to pick up some funding from those areas. Bowler moves in again, bowls, the ball's pitched up on leg stump, turned around the corner by Hoisted. We're going to get a couple here. It's gone past the fielder at backward square, who's picking the ball up now, and the batsmen are back for two, and the relay throw back to the keeper. So yes, I mean, you know, obviously most veterans cricketers pay for all of their
self-funding.
Yes.
Same as in Canada.
Yeah.
We have a sanction from Cricket Canada, but it's now all self-funding. But we unfortunately have like a small sponsorship from the sponsors, and that will we are trying to subsidize some cost for the players.
Yeah.
And various other activities. That's the model currently, we are going through. But there is always an opportunity that if the bigger sponsors will come and support the seniors cricket world, it's nothing like that. Because these sports, 50s player or old 60s player, they have significantly contributed throughout the cricketing career and the cricketing life. Various level and various community cricket club level, club level, league level. So they really deserve the best. When
Right.
they are playing all the
That's good. Yeah, that's right too. So Australia's just past the halfway mark. We're none for 88, coming into the 24th over, and we're currently trailing by 84 runs. And
A couple of jittery batsmen up there, they're desperately trying to...
yeah, I'm sure they're trying to get out and have a hit.
Including Cameron this down.
Hey, is Curry's going to have a bat, is he?
Yeah, I think that's what happened. He's that keen.
I'm going to try and get Curry down here to have a chat. He came down earlier, but we were busy. It's a nice shot there by Richardson, round a fine leg. It's going to roll all the way to the boundary, and Richardson's going to pick up 4 for this. Takes Australia's total to 92, and what are we? 40. Hoisted's on 44. Richardson on 43. Is that right, Ed?
Yes, it is. And this is Bertrand Lorraine.
Lorraine to bowl. Okay, he's bowling a leggy here, and that's pulled around the corner of the backward square by Richardson. They'll only get a single. It was a lovely shot though, along the ground the whole way. And Doc's missed a couple of games this week, and I'm sure he's enjoying this bat out here today. As Murray said there earlier, that Doc played his first game for Australia back in 2016.
So
in Canada it must be like midnight.
in Canada, midnight, yep.
Yeah, Toronto time is like 12 a.m.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they'll watch a bit of the replay tomorrow, or
Probably.
some of them will be up drinking a beer or two and watching tonight.
Some of them must be watching because I
Yeah.
know, like, they are following very closely.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, really.
Who's
I
the
have
game?
them on
Oh.
serious cricket.
Lovely flight on that ball, but it's picked up by Hoisted and just pushed out through mid-wicket for a single. So Australia move on to none for 93. The trail by 79 runs, and that ball's picked up by Richardson out to backward square. They'll only get a single for it. No, they're coming back for two here, and the relay throw comes back into the keeper, and they're safely home. Australia move to none for 95 in the 24th over. So that's, Canada needs a wicket here to put a bit of pressure back on Australia.
Yes, they badly need a couple of wickets at this point to put the Australia in place, but really what they have to do.
No, they're batting well. They're batting real well. Nice ball played by Richardson, given the respect that it deserves.
It's always a challenge for the leg spin bowler, right?
Always a challenge for the leg spin bowler.
Right
That's
pitching.
right. And he's bowling with good flight here. I mean,
Yes,
the ball's
yeah.
dipping late. Richardson's having to watch what he's how he's playing this.
But the batting surface is very flat, you know. So bowler will never get like the added advantage for the pitch.
No, that's
It's not turning.
You're not getting any jump out of the ball.
Yeah.
So there's Curry. See if I can get attention. Where is
We'll get up to fix up.
It's okay. Nice talking to you, and
thank you very much, and really appreciate you coming and spending some time with us here. And
Thank you so much.
look, all the best, and
all the best to
certainly hope-
VCA, all the best to seniors cricket. Right?
yes, and the same to you guys in Canada. I certainly hope you've enjoyed the 2 or 3 weeks that you've had here, and
It's a real fantastic time at Sunshine Coast.
very good.
We've had an opportunity to go to the Gold Coast and also.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
No worries at all.
Thank you. Okay.
Have a safe trip home.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye.
Well, I've got with me here at the moment Andy Baldwin. Andy's our scorer for the Australian side. Welcome, Andy.
Thank you, Alan.
And how are you enjoying the tournament, mate?
I'm enjoying the tournament immensely. I mean, this is the first of its nature. And beautiful sunshine coast. We've had a couple of rain days, but I mean, today is absolutely beautiful.
And I noticed that while you're talking to me, you're still scoring. So it's a lovely shot by Hoisted through extra cover, going out towards the boundary. Or there's a sweeper out there. It's picked up and they're through for a single.
As the captain car comes into the commentary box.
Of course I do.
Come on in.
And so we're also joined by Chris Carr. Now Chris is the captain of the Australian side, and I've been fortunate enough this week to play a number of games with Chris. And Chris, from my perspective, first thanks for joining us.
Pleasure.
And I think you've done a wonderful job as captain, as your first go as a captain for Australia. And so congratulations on the job that you have done.
Thank you very much, Alan. Obviously it's been a fantastic week for all of us, particularly with a lot of new faces in the Australian team. It was great to hand out 11 new baggy greens this week for all the players who hadn't represented Australia in over 60s. I know a few of the boys have previously represented Australia in the over 50s. But no, it's been fantastic group of players. And, everyone's been so supportive. So, apart from yesterday's disappointment, it's just been a fantastic week.
Yes, and I think we talked yesterday with Beth last night with a few beers and all the rest of it. And yes, it was disappointing certainly to not win that one yesterday, and we got close.
Yeah, look, initially we thought that I think it was 216 was going to be enough. Probably the way we were in the middle, we thought we might have got probably another 15 or 20 that may have put it out of their reach, but to Pakistan's credit, they came out and were very positive from the start. They took on our opening bowlers. They probably were going at 4+ and over, I think, early. We sort of dragged it back a little bit. We tried to take the pace off the ball, and we ended up getting big wickets with our bowling changes. But again, in the middle, the keeper came in and batted and got a good 40, and yeah, we just didn't get over the line.
Yeah,
so disappointing.
We were talking about, and the keeper, the Pakistani keeper yesterday has a groin strain as well that he did, I think, after he'd only been at the crease about 4 or 5 overs, and he's batted extremely well with a groin strain and a runner.
Yes.
For the rest of it, which I did try to talk him into retiring hurt, but he wouldn't take any notice of me at that point in time.
No, the old saying, beware the injured batsman, I think. The board advantage back in the 80s, I assume.
So
he made a beautiful 100 on one leg. So you just sometimes in that situation you hope you can get a wicket through the mix-up with the runner, but unfortunately that wasn't the case.
No, we got close, but we didn't quite get it. But look, on to today. I mean, the boys have bounced back. I mean, it's always his bowling again to Hoisted, who's out over the top of square leg this time. There's a boundary rider out there, and the boys will only get one.
100 partnership, boys.
So that's 100 partnership.
Well done, boys!
100 partnership up for the Australians.
Even times?
In 100 balls?
Just even time.
Oh, yeah, even time, in 100 minutes.
Nearly 100 minutes. So. Harry, do you know how many numbers are we now up to in over 60s? I mean, like bag greens?
I think we gave out 100.
So Billy's was at 100?
Maybe
102, was it?
Well, Billy was day one. He had 3 new ones on the second day. So I was 6.
Well, just sort of interrupting again. That's Richardson 50.
Well done, Doc!
On your Doc!
Richardson 50 on 88 balls and 3 delicate boundaries.
And Hoisted,
Hoisted is on 47.
Off
66, so he's had actually less of the strike.
Yeah.
And that's a lot bold actually for the 2 bad balls. Come back over, 4 off. So up to 102.
So it's good today. The 5 guys who missed out yesterday in the semi-final, we chose it was important they get another hit in the tournament. So Glenn's one of those, and he's taking his opportunity today at the top of the order. And also Greg, who hasn't had much batting of late. He's been batting down to 6 and 7.
Coming
just shows
2 or 3 overs to go and trying to score fast runs.
It's very difficult. So both in their preferred batting positions. But like many in the squad, we've probably got 5 or 6 who like to open. And we know that's in over 60s, it's probably an easier position to bat than 5 and 6.
Absolutely.
With the ball coming onto the bat a little bit better early days. So
a lovely shot to extra cover.
Just a signal, there is we've got some squad mates from over around the house for US Open.
We can find an up-to-date score. So
we've got games and playoff positions, I believe.
So in the India-USA game, I mean, India scored 4 for 218, and the USA are 5 for 49 at the moment. Then we've got the West Indies and Zimbabwe. The West Indies scored their highest score of the tournament, 7 for 223, and Zimbabwe are 4 for 59. And so that they're trying to go 164 runs. They probably won't get to that, you would think.
Sri Lanka, South Africa. South Africa scored 164, and I must mention, I mean, Mike Proctor, ex-Test player, is here as the manager for South Africa, and I think, Andy, you got a photo with Mike the other day, didn't you?
I did. It was good to have a chat with Proctor. I mean, he was the actual one of the founding members of the over 50s World Cup in South Africa, which unfortunately cancelled due to COVID.
Yep. And Sri Lanka are chasing them at 6 for 85.
The rest of the world versus Wales is of significance because that heralded the winner of that one will be the plate.
Right, okay, so the rest of the world scored 154 for 8, and Wales are now 4 for 43. So Wales a little behind there, 111 runs behind. So Kari, your journey into veterans cricket, I know that you gave away cricket for a little while.
Yeah, I retired from cricket at 57. I thought I played in the lower grades at my local club and we won a flag in the fourths, and I thought, well, always a good time to finish on top. I just recently retired from work as well, so I thought, well, I must look to do something a little bit different. I started playing golf, and at our age, you can imagine, grandkids start to emerge and spending time with them.
Right.
But after playing golf for a little while, a couple of boys at the golf club said, "You realise there's an over 60s."
50 to Hoisted. 70 balls. Fair enough, 106. Sorry, Karen. Please don't.
Yeah, so they said there's an over 60s comp, which I wasn't aware. So I went home and...
Oh, shot! Lovely, straight drive.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you again,
That's
Karen.
okay.
That is
It's a
the shot of
beautiful
the day. If there is one.
So yeah, at the age of 59, with a couple of years break, I started all over again. And went to my first Nationals in Perth. Turned 60 during the Nationals. My first captain team was Graham Yallop, the former Australian Test cricketer.
Former Test captain as well, I think.
Former Test captain of Australia. And we were
I
lucky
think
enough to
Yallop
win.
is the only Test player that's played veterans cricket in Australia, isn't he?
He is.
Yes, he is, I believe.
We've had a couple of state players. I mean, well, Mark Gaskell's playing in the rest of the world side, a former Queensland state player.
Yes, I think Wayne Broad may have played a few games.
I think he played one or two, yeah.
I know Benji from who's captain of the Indian team. He has played Shield cricket for I think 6 or 7 years in Tasmania.
Right.
So there has been a few players.
So from Perth, you obviously remained in the state side, and then your selection in the national side.
I was fortunate enough to play 3 nationals in a row where the Vicks won all 3. So it was a tour to England toured Australia in 2016.
Right.
And we had a game in Geelong, my hometown. It was a big country side that was selected against England. And we played and we actually beat England. We chased down 254 with 41 overs.
Right.
And that was the only game they lost on tour. So I was fortunate enough that myself and another opener from Geelong, we got some runs that day and I kept okay. So
the selectors noticed, and
so yeah, that enabled me to get noticed, and I was the reserve keeper in the 2017 tour, second to Greg Quinn, who was, in my mind, the best over 60s cricketer that I've seen.
Right.
Keeper and a good back over South Australia. And unfortunately, Greg didn't make the tour in 2019. So myself and a chap from
that's out.
New South Wales went in 2019. So I was
right. Oh, that's good. So
you remember who handed your bag of green to you?
I did. It was Murray Harrison. And it was a very, very emotional moment for me.
it's it is a very emotional moment when you do get that first one.
Absolutely, and I think at that stage, yeah, Murray was our captain, and he presented most of the ones on that tour, I think.
Right.
And to sing the national anthem with pride as well, I mean, it's just amazing. Every time we wear that bag of green.
Yeah, it's
the
funny.
First time you sing it.
First time you sing it, it's just that you have that tear in your eye as well. And it's for everyone, I mean, that wears that bag of green. It's got,
I mean, as young kids really, we'd all play cricket in the backyard.
Yep.
Marie and Chapel or Dennis Lilly or all these sort of fellas.
All of them. Depending on whether you were batting or bowling at the time, and depending on who you were.
Or whatever.
Yep.
And,
a lovely little late cut by Hoisted down through the slip area.
And once you realise when you're in your early 20s that you never ever get near that sort of selection.
You know, there's a number of reasons you're working, you're doing hard, and you can't devote time to cricket either.
Yeah, that's true. Mine was a different reason. Mine was lack of ability.
I think probably all of us for a bit of that,
but no, really, when you get to this age, people say, "How did you get into this team?" And I said, "Well, you're not playing," and that's just basically. Most of us have kept going. Most of the players in our team would have kept playing club cricket for a fairly long time. Yeah. As other players drop off, and certainly players at the highest level, when they retire, they've had enough.
Yeah.
They've lived. They have suitcases probably, and you know they've had enough of the game. Whereas you find all these over 60s guys, they just love the game.
That's right, and I think as I was talking to Sterling this morning, and talking about the upcoming over 40s, that may entice a few more range players to stay in the game a little longer, and even some guys who have played first class cricket to stay in the game a little longer to possibly come to.
Yeah, as I say, I started, so this is my sixth year, and the standard has grown dramatically in that time, particularly things like the fielding and the fitness of the players at the top level. People realise now that if you want to play, there's a lot more coming through, so there's pressure on to not just be a batsman, you've got to be able to do a little bit of both. And yeah, like with more of the over 50s coming through, yeah, it's fantastic. I know in our big team we'll have a lot of new players coming up for the Nationals, which are in my hometown, Geelong, November 27th.
Yeah, and that'll be a great tournament, that one. I mean, I'm gonna make myself down. Well, I'm in the side to come and play against you guys down there, so I think we're on the same side of the drill, Curry. So
we are.
I mightn't be as nice to you that week.
Well, there's been a few notes taken on certain players this trip, so they've gone into the memory bank.
Yeah,
so I assume you'll be flying your own plane.
Oh, look, I'm going to see how it is. I might actually take an extra couple of weeks and have a bit of a drive. As we said before, I'm fortunate enough to own an aeroplane, but I might do a drive this time and see how we go from there. But I'll be there, and I'll certainly be.
Yeah, I think this will be a good Nationals. I know that, as I say, the standard every year is improving.
Yeah.
We've got players who recently toured in 2019 with the Australian team that may not be in our number one big team. So that's the pressure of the young, what I call the young fellas coming through.
And that's what you want.
60-year-olds. Yep.
That's what you want. I mean, you want the younger guys coming up out of the 50s into the 60s and to continue it on. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And the thing is, I mean, in this squad here, we've got the first 3 over 50s Australian players are now in the over 60s side. So that's just going to increase now.
It's a little bit like the under 19s making their way through to the seniors.
Yeah, that's right.
All the young bucks, but yeah, it's fantastic.
It's fantastic that we're able to play still at this time and have tournaments like this around and nationals and people get the opportunity to play. I think,
it is, and one of the great things this this week for me has been catching up with players that I've played against in England and Wales. Players that you become great friends with, whether it be on Facebook. I've been back to England and visited on holidays and dropped in to catch up with these people. So it's and meeting new ones this week as well. It's already Canada are talking about a tournament in Barbados where they're looking for an Australian side to join that competition. Canada have put in a bid for the World Cup along with a couple other teams. I mean, cricket's been played overall all the time. The players have been they all over here. Yeah. More difficult to us in Australia tours, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of new tours come out of this tournament itself.
There we go. So Doc Richardson's still on strike here. He's turned run around the corner. How's our score going there at the moment, Andy?
Score at none for 122. 2 balls per ball. A hydration break for both teams.
So we're coming up to 30 overs. We're in the 29th.
Yeah, 30th over now.
The 30th over now.
So what will that leave us? About 50 off the last 15, Andy?
Correct.
With 10 wickets in hand.
10 wickets in hand.
If we lose from here, it will be a disaster, I think.
Well, not the way the Doc's playing that.
But the way these boys are going and the depth we have in coming in,
I mean, one of the things
I'd
we've
like
had
to
through
make sure we finish this a few overs earlier than 45 if possible.
Yeah. One of the things we've had through the week, as you're aware, is we haven't everyone hasn't got a bat because we've batted well and we've bowled well, and a lot of the time, we haven't had to chase a lot of runs. There's always that one back through the gully area, and nice little late cut that's picked up down here and then through for a single.
Yes, so first game against Canada, we I think one for 114 chasing.
Yeah,
you got runs.
Yep.
Then Zimbabwe, we were chasing 17, so we were 18. So we actually lost a wicket. So we were one for 20 on 5, and then again. Then we played India. I think they got 96.
We got 101. We got 196 now.
So we got a decent bat that day because most guys got a hit.
That was out at Yandina, and pretty good facilities out at Yandina, Karen.
Yes.
Yeah.
I might just a couple of bats.
No problem, mate. Thank you. None for 124 drinks, and what are we? 48 to get, or 40 to get? 49 to get. Oh, they're doing extremely well.
I said none down.
It'd be nice to be none down.
I was just said that Roger was going to come down here and keep with you guys.
Yeah, that's good.
This is what I'll probably do tomorrow.
Why not?
The actual commentary team. Yeah, so 6 versus 6. It's 5 versus 6 is late.
It's late.
It's plate.
Oh, it's plate. Yeah, okay,
yep. 11 v 12 is the bowl.
Right. Okay. And so at the moment, we might get an update on the other games here. So USA 5 for 69, chasing 218. So that's probably not going to get there.
No, we're not going to mention about you getting out to Benji, are we?
Thanks, Kari. Appreciate your time. Appreciate your time on the commentary this afternoon, mate.
It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you legends.
Oh, mate. Thanks, And Zimbabwe are 4 for 77, chasing 223. So 146 runs behind there, and we'll see what over they're up to. They're up over 26, so there's a bit left to go there. Sri Lanka and South Africa. Sri Lanka 7 for 95, chasing 164 from South Africa. And
and they're through over 29 almost for the drinks break there. As we resume here, Danny's just bowled it wide down leg side, and Hoisted's failed to get onto it.
So we've got a former test umpire actually here.
We have, Evan
Watkins, still umpiring domestic cricket in New Zealand.
There's a cheeky little one down through first slip. Which what happens is when you start to have a hit and go for some runs.
You'd expect to slip those. You're going to get Trevor. Come on, please. Not at the moment. We try to get you viewers at home. Trevor Saker, Ashley Selector. See what does.
Sorry.
Not that way. Oh, nice.
The drink.
It's good to hear the Canadians are still not giving up. I mean,
oh look, nobody's given up at all in any of the games. I don't think, Andy, and it's good to see. Just see what here. We've got Sudas to Richardson, and he's bowling quite a tight over here in the 30th. Oh, a handy little leg side stumping attempt, but the ball was called wide. Australia, what are we, 126, Andy?
127.
127 in the 31st. As we wait for the stumps to be reset. Sudas will come in and bowl from the southern end to Richardson. Bowls now, the ball's pitched up. Richardson pushes the ball out to backward point and no run. Again, moves into bowl. Ball's up outside off stump, and it's pushed forward a point this time by Richardson, and they amble through for a single. This time the ball's played down through the gully region, and looks like it's going to run through to the boundary for 4. Which must put us up, what are we, Andy? 132? Richardson at the end of the 31st, yes?
Richardson on 55 and Hoisted on 7.
Hoisted's picked up his scoring rate in the last 5 overs.
It's the last 10 overs actually. Struggled a little bit in the first weeks. Strike rate's now just on 86 runs per balls.
Right. As we
Eddie we're Jay Wardner.
Jay Wardner. Yep. Bowling his leg spinners from the northern end, comes in and bowls. Oh no, this ball was wide outside off stump, and Richardson's reached out and tapped it back through the gully region, along the ground the whole way, and it's picked up a single.
Again, he did really well in that in the last bits of overs there. Him and Daniel Sudas got them up to 172.
Yes. Hoisted this time through, it's a long off, and the batsman
cross for a single.
Still quite sharp. There's a few of them that play. Australia scoring fairly freely here at a run of ball, and Canada really need to do something
to try and peg this back at the moment. A couple of wickets would be about what they need to do.
Yes, they would. They can peg back Greg or Glenn Richardson. They could do something just to push it back to maybe runs getting in the 40th over.
Tim didn't ask you about the ball.
Oh, yes.
So that's thing if you want to talk about.
Of course. What we are seeing, people, ladies and gentlemen, is the
Just that way it's up, guys.
It's 156 gram pink ball, which I believe, loses its shine really quickly.
Well, this is the one that we played with against Pakistan yesterday after 45 overs.
That was 45 overs. So, it shows, that the ground did dry out really quickly after.
I think
it was a bit of rain showers.
What Veterans Cricket Australia is doing, Kookaburra has come on board as a sponsor.
Yeah.
And
no cookies.
No, these ones aren't, but Kookaburra have come on board as a sponsor, and I think we're trying to see what we can do to get the better balls. The pink balls that I've played with over the last few years, I've found that they don't hold together particularly well. And Kookaburra's good ball. They're, I think they're $95 a ball, and they do hold together much better than what the balls that we've been playing with. And so that's part of what I think Veterans Cricket Australia is doing, to try and get Kookaburra on board, and certainly with some ball sponsorship.
There's been quite a few of the bowlers I notice approach the umpires to check the shape, that it was being knocked out of shape.
I think we saw that yesterday as well. Where we saw, I think it was umpire Rohan Weatherspoon. Just had a couple of incidents with his tweezers, just to check as well. There was a bit of uneven shapeness.
There's still a reasonable amount of shine on this one, even after the 45 overs.
Yeah.
Yes.
On one side.
Yeah, the thing that you find with the pink ball, it will swing for the first 8 to 10 overs, and then it loses a bit of shape. It just doesn't swing. But the ball, the seam sits up high on it. It still continues to move off the wicket. Thanks for that, Gareth. Appreciate that. No, that's good. Very good work. Down the leg side there. Been called a wide. You can get stumped off a wide.
You can get stumped off a wide. That's not true. It's true. But, I'm going back about 14 years ago. I did get stumped off a wide.
Right.
As a cricketer. That was when I was probably playing as in the last year of junior cricket. So
yeah.
I've done it all.
No, that's right. So Australia 137. Richardson facing, turns this one around to a square leg, just backward square, and through for another single. Doing it easy now, the Australians, Andy.
They are. They're looking too strong for these Canadians. Canada's not giving up. They're doing really well in the field. They're doing a lot better than what they did at Caloundra 28 days ago.
Yep. Everyone's still moving in the field, and that's what you like to see at this time of the game. They haven't been able to pick up a wicket, and it is very difficult as a fielder to stay in the game. You're defending 172, and the opposition's none for 137. It's extremely difficult to stay focused. Going down leg.
Who is the Australian team backing? The majority of the teams backing for tomorrow's World Cup final?
Look, it'll be hard to say. We played New Zealand in a practice game before the tournament as we move into bowl again. The ball's on a length and just pushed down a mid-on by Richardson for another single. We played New Zealand in a practice game before the start of the tournament, and we scored 180, and a number of our players retired, and then we essentially bowled them. We got their 10 wickets for about 90 runs. So I think that will have changed since then. I mean, New Zealand are always competitive, no matter what is going on. I mean, New Zealand will always be competitive. I think New Zealand's pace off the ball will be a player in tomorrow's game, where yesterday, we had a bit more pace on the ball all the time, and that probably didn't play in our favour as much as it could have.
So I look at it now. I mean, the bowling of New Zealand, they've got about 2 good bowlers in their lineup. I mean, they can bowl really tightly. I mean,
Andy Nuttall.
It's Andrew Nuttall. I mean, who I saw at the Tri Series, which was up here a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
We bowled really well in the final and shifted us to 40. And really good stuff. He's happy with that one. Zakuski's got 13 wickets in his last 3 games. That's so wide. No. Nice into his legs and it's top ball. And then their batting, I mean, the likes of Eagles, I mean, Captain has to hold Eagles and Drake did get runs in the practice game against us at the Commander. And
lovely shot by Richardson over the top of mid wicket. And there's a fielder out there though at deep mid wicket. Pick up and relay throw back to the batsman will get a single.
So you look at this. I mean, the pitch out there. You're looking at 220. If you want to be one to toss, I mean,
you'll have to get 220.
220. Even though I did say to Rod Rice after the game, I said, I mean, what do you think? He said 240.
Yeah.
So it didn't look like 240 wicket at the start. No wonder it's about to land, not called wide.
It has been called a wide.
So, I mean, I just look at that. I mean, our 220 will win you games, but I mean, it was only Pakistan beat them last, New Zealand beat them in the group stage.
They did. Actually, New Zealand beat them in the pool game. So, Pakistan played with a lot of intent yesterday. They came out with a plan, and they stuck to that plan, and they got Australia on the back foot early, which was in their run chase, which Australia did a good job to peg it back to where it was and put ourselves in a position to win. Shot by Richardson over mid-wicket. Again, though, the sweeper's on the boundary and restricts the scoring to a single.
So when you look at it, I mean, the consideration, I mean, it's going to be the same wicket that we're playing. The pitch might slow up a little bit, but I still think tomorrow's weather's going to be about the same as today.
Right.
And as I said, I mean, it will depend on the tops.
They were predicting, I haven't looked at the weather forecast lately, they were predicting, 0.4 to a millimetre tomorrow, so there might be a bit of cloud cover around, and if there's a bit of dew in the morning, that'll certainly make things a little bit different again. But it's a beautiful day here on the sunny coast today. We're sitting at about 25 degrees and a little light 5 or 6 knot southeaster blowing and taking the heat away nicely. As Richardson pushes one back to wide mid on, and through for a single.
Thrown done for 146.
Yeah, trailing by 26. It's not looking great for Canada at this point in time. The Pants are coming off. The Pants are coming off, are they? Right, okay.
They're convinced it's a 10-wicket win coming. I don't want to see instance of a timed out in Veterans cricket. I mean, I've got to give credit to Canada. I mean, they have done really well. They could be coming fourth, but they've won some good games.
They've been competitive. It's been they've had a good tournament. They did well to get themselves into the 1-2 semi-final.
Yeah.
And if things had gone their way yesterday in the game against New Zealand, they may have even pushed themselves into the final.
Hands down. I mean, they had a 2 for not money. As I heard yesterday, 2 for 12, 16, 10 overs, and everything. And then they just did pretty. change of bowling, Christian Rumman on us. Richardson rides it through towards the final leg boundary. There is a chase. And they will get 2 from the relay throw. Richardson 62, West End 74, 4-4-6.
If there are any over 60 New Zealand cricketers over there watching this and you can get on a flight, they might be able to use you tomorrow. They're down to about 11 players.
Yeah, they're going to struggle to get a team on the park, that's from what I hear.
Pack your kit, get down to the airport.
They haven't given you a call, Gary, to come and help keep them on the paddock?
No, I'm more than happy to help them out though. The Anzac Alliance will always be there.
That's it, yep. Bowling. Richardson just chops that down and goes over the keeper's head, but no run. So Gary, you've done a good job keeping the Australians in the paddock over the over the couple of weeks here. So
well, I keep on being told that, but honestly, I'm very impressed with the fitness levels of the whole squad. I noticed it on the first day when we had our first net session and a bit of outfielding, practice and catching and that sort of thing, and I really was impressed. I think the guys have put a lot of effort into their preparation to come here, but yeah, I think the little bits and pieces we've been doing before and after the game in terms of stretching, recovery stretching and injury management, soft tissue management, that sort of thing, has made a difference. And well, I guess it proves itself that we've got 17 really fit players. And just found out that Tim Pellan, our opening bowler, has actually torn the rectus femoris muscle in his quad. I knew it wasn't good, but the doc did the examination this morning and said, yeah, it's definitely torn. But he's still walking around. He's not comfortable, but that'll be another over time.
So it's not an injury that's ruled him out for the Nationals and as he gets the single.
When's the Nationals? November. No, I think with a bit of intensive physiotherapy and that sort of thing, he hopefully will be okay. They won't repair it surgically. There's no point in doing that where the tear is, according to the doctor. So physiotherapy work. Hopefully we'll be okay.
Right. So look, Gary, I don't think you can say enough of how much the warm-ups and warm-downs, and even the warm-downs probably as much as the warm-up, which has helped keep us on the paddock and the boys out having a swim in the afternoon and things like that. It's something that's missed, I think, a lot in sport, is that part of it.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in my involvement in sport over the years. And I was asked at the beginning of the tournament about, can the players have a beer after the game and that sort of thing, and my answer is absolutely yes. It's such an important part of the bonding at the end of the game, the mixing with the opposition players and rewarding yourself for a damn hard day's work, But if we get the stretching and the warm down right and plenty of replacement fluid and water, or electrolyte type drinks and that sort of thing in the first hour or so after the game, and then go and have your beers and enjoy them, and then we're ready to go the next day. So I'm just so impressed with the way the players have all bought into what I asked them to do too. There's been nobody has shirked doing the warm-ups and the stretching and that. They've all bought into it, and I think to their credit they've reaped the benefits of it.
Well, I think yes, we have seen the benefits of it, and that's why people continue to buy into it even further. Is because so everyone's on the park still, apart from Tim's quad tear.
Yeah, well, he got through the game yesterday.
Yep.
He strained it in the first over of the day before, and we did some work on it, overnight and the next day, and then on the Sunday recovery session on the Sunday after Saturday's game. But then Monday, he obviously did enough to finally do the damage, so it was going to happen at some stage.
Right. I know from a player's perspective myself, and it's been very good having you here, particularly the soft tissue stuff, and not that we don't all have a pretty reasonable idea as to what we have to do with ourselves to keep ourselves fit. nice to have somebody with the experience and say, do this, do that, put this on, get the ice on, it goes on for 25 minutes, it comes off, you put a compression bandage on, you know, and go from there, or compression stockings on, and it goes from there. Nice shot by Richardson there through mid-on, a land ball through for a single. So yes, that's it's been extremely beneficial.
No, it's been my pleasure. I've really enjoyed it, and being the same age as the guys in the team, I sort of understand how difficult it is to back up day after day. And so yeah, it's been a very enjoyable tournament.
No, I certainly thank you for your input and your expertise over the couple of weeks we've been here, mate. I really appreciate it.
No, my pleasure. Thanks, Alan.
So as we go to Nunn for 156, Australia only trail by 16 now. It's getting pretty close to the money end of this game. With a bit of luck, the two boys will stay there till the end now. Here we've got Timmy Pelland, as we were just talking about Timmy's quad tear, and Tim's sweet bowling going here, and Richardson just pushing forward to back, just pushing forward there, and the ball goes out the backward point. Fielded. Timmy opened the bowling for Australia, and you bowled really well through the tournament, mate. Your first selection in the over 60s, and the first of 3 over 50s to be selected in an Australian over 60s team. So congratulations on that, and how have you enjoyed the tournament?
Yeah, thanks for that, Alan. Look, I'd like to congratulate you also for being
Thanks.
my greatest success with the over 60s along with the
Thanks, mate.
The tournament's been a lot of fun. Met a lot of people and spoken to a lot of people about their culture, how the cricket, how veterans cricket is going in their country, and it's an eye-opener. I think we can provide as much support as we can to those countries. They will embrace veterans cricket, and veterans cricket will be all the better for them.
Oh look, I think you're absolutely right there. And I mean, we see 12 teams here, including Australia, and you know, the more that we can build veterans cricket across the world, the better.
Yeah, and this is the ideal platform to do it. When you look at some of the nations that aren't cricketing nations, like the USA and Canada, who are playing today, it's quite remarkable that they've actually got a team out here. All the expense that they've incurred and the sacrifices that some of them would have made to be out here, and they really have competed above their expectations. I think certainly Canada will be very happy with how they performed in the tournament, and the USA likewise. Obviously, yes, the USA have won 2 games and are now playing India for
yes, who are India? Yes, 7v8.
They're playing for 7th spot. I don't think that was
And so, just an update there. India were 4 for 218, and the US trailing by 132 runs at 5 for 86 at the moment.
They've done really well. I mean, the partnership, they must have done this partnership they're going on at the moment that's maybe 60 odd, I think.
Yeah, I think they were 5 for 20. They had 1 point, so and talking of partnerships, I would suggest that this partnership would have to be the highest in the tournament.
I'm pretty fancy, you're right. I mean, we're getting close to the end, closing stages, and probably maybe a record stand for an Australians as well. I mean, it's all round.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
It is, yep.
I think you would have to be right.
No, the boys have certainly batted well out here today, and they've kept the scoring rate up. They know what they had to do.
And they've done it very well.
They have done it very well. We're only through 37 overs. As Hoisted pushes another one out through extra cover. It's fielded and they'll get a single.
So the thing is about the Canadians, I mean, when went to when we had the 2018 World Cup in Sydney, I mean, they were considered probably, a team that had everyone, a bit of everyone, and good on them. I mean, they won a couple of games in Sydney, the 50s World Cup, and walked away with actually the plate winners. I mean, which was equivalent to 6th place. 5th place, it's not bad.
Yeah.
And now they could be coming 4th in the inaugural 60s World Cup.
Well, there is
I'm pretty sure they will be coming 4th.
There's an interesting game going at the moment between the rest of the world and Wales. I don't know the score on that.
Well, actually, I saw that there before. Wales are struggling really badly, actually. They're 6 or 74, chasing 150.
Well, I think they've actually recovered then a little bit.
They have.
Well, I heard 5-40. So, not out of it, I suppose.
No.
Depending on how many overs are left.
And Hayden, well, they're actually through 32, they're in their 33rd over.
So the Welsh Wizard is still in, Hayden?
No, he's not actually. Again, he was out for 3.
Ah.
So, in his first couple of games, had scored 200
runs in the first
200 runs in the first couple of games.
So who do we have batting for Wales at the moment?
Holcomb and Edwards are batting at the moment.
Okay.
Holcomb and Edwards batting at the moment.
And how many overs do they have left down?
13 to go, is it right?
Yeah. Now
that's a lovely shot by...
where's this cake that one of the fans brought in for us? Apparently?
A cake?
Yeah,
Did they?
I always hear that in the commentary box.
We have, yes, of course. TMS, I think they're tea and cakes. Unfortunately, we haven't got the tea, we've never got the cake, but there was at lunchtime.
I think he might have settled for a cold beer.
A cold beer, mate. We'll probably have one of those after we're done this afternoon. So, Timmy, your progression from 50s to 60s, you were first selected in the Australian over 50s side to go to England in 2017, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, indeed, I was, yes.
Yeah.
That was some 5 years ago now.
And that tour was a successful tour, even though we didn't win a test
that's
over
correct.
there.
We didn't win a test, but I suppose you have to look at where we were at that point with over 50s cricket. In the first over 50s national tournament was held 2016 in Sydney, and there are 8 teams competing in 2 pools. That really sparked the interest for, I think, most states to develop that competition, and out of that came a selection of, I think we ended up with maybe up to 20 players.
20 went to England.
Yeah, we had a couple that went to and fro who couldn't be there the whole time.
Some of us, I couldn't go.
Yeah.
Wasn't that also the same tour where we also played Wales?
We did. We played Wales.
Test. That was the first test that we played.
Yeah, we did. We lost that game at the last over.
Yes, I had Stenny on this morning, and he told me he didn't control the last over. And Wales needed 14 off it, and got 15, as far as I'm aware.
As Humphrey would have said, and yes, Minister, a courageous decision. But good on taking on the English, in the 2 again, I think that has so much more developed than ours at the over 50s level. I can recall in Sussex, for example, they had 4 divisions of over 50s just in Sussex, so that gives you an idea of the depth and breadth of veterans cricket in England. I think it's probably fair to say that they are the benchmark in terms of over 50s, and then say over 60s probably too. The exchange rate is bigger. In some places, playing veterans cricket, particularly at the top level.
Particularly at national level.
Yeah, well, simply because of the age factor, and that's why fellows like you suck the marrow out of life and get out there and do everything you can.
Yeah,
that's a great thing.
That's right. That's what we've got to do. So we're going to see you at nationals. Well, pending the quad tear at the moment.
Yeah, the tendon tear.
It's a tendon.
Well, actually, it's not a tear. It's been severed from
Okay.
but I've got 3 more apparently, so
right.
with the rest of that corporation should be right. And of course, being a South Australian, we are reigning champions, even for 3 years.
And they'll be relying on you for...
We've enjoyed that, so I'm sure there'll be plenty out to get our scalps, and I'm sure there will be plenty of over 60s players who would like to make a statement about being selected for Australia in the upcoming Ashes Tour in 23. So I think the competition will be fierce, to say the least.
Oh, I imagine it will be. I do. So it should be pretty good. And I mean, we've got a few blokes here who we can take some notes on as Richardson pushes that one. Pulls that nicely through forward square leg, and it's 4 more to the score. Australia move on to 169. Now they're only 3 runs from finishing this game.
4 runs.
4, is it? Okay, sorry. Andy, I certainly won't be arguing with you. Richardson on 79 off 130 balls, and Hoisted 80 off 104.
Fine partnership by any means.
There's an absolutely brilliant partnership here today.
So what do you say, a boundary to finish the game?
This could be it.
This could be a real...
No, he's going to take a single up to mid-on. It's the score to 170, and Australia require 3.
There is this distinction that some of them could finish on 81 and the match finishes on the wire, but I don't want to see that.
No. Oh, very nice forward defensive shot there by Hoisted. There's certainly some notes been taken on all of the players out of the Australian side who will be playing each other in the Nationals, which should be a fair bit of fun.
Yeah, oh look, absolutely. But I would suggest it's getting harder and harder to keep track of. Some cricketers says that number registers 5,000 registered players nationally.
That's right.
And that's from ranging from the 40s to the 70s. So.
Well, that's right. I mean, the 40s World Cup will
that
be
may
in
well
Karachi
run them out,
year,
Greg.
so,
Yes, I mean, the Karachi for the over 40s World Cup, I mean, most of the games will be played on the lights as well. I mean, Pakistan will obviously go into that World Cup as clear favourites because they've got a bevy of test stars that we still there. I mean, Shahid Afridi for one. I mean, they said it couldn't be a draw if they made the card.
Well, I actually think there are possibilities in over 40s cricket.
This might be the winning run here by Richardson. They've come back for 2, and that takes Australia's score now to none for 173.
And that is game over.
Which will be
game over.
The end of the day. So, Timmy, thank you very much.
It's been my pleasure. And bear that last thought in mind. I think over 40 as universal potential. I think that could actually be picked up and broadcast. I reckon it could actually see players being professional. That's you heard it from me first.
Yep.
Could be completely wrong.
Very, very possible because a lot of grade players will come out of grade and continue playing.
And I think if it gets some support in place like anything, that's over 40's bigger because from a spectacle perspective, there'll be players who are recently retired and
here we go. Billy Sager.
Anyway, I think we should congratulate our teammates and thank you for listening.
No worries, thanks guys. I hope we didn't bore you all day long.
So with that, guys, I mean, Australia are victorious by 10 wickets and 5 overs to spare.
Thanks, Andy.
Glenn Richardson on 82, Ray Hoisted on 81. We look forward to your company tomorrow from the John Blank Oval, where New Zealand will play Pakistan. Thank you for watching.
Thanks, Andy.
I'll get that helmet up right. Right, shut up shop, eh?
Yeah, I'll
shut up shop here.
The other one's still going.
Yeah.
Bring a couple for you?
Yeah, that'd be good, thanks.
That one's got stuff like that.